What's going on? What's going on, everybody? It's your boy, Lonzo Starr, CEO and founder of Konkret Comics, writer and creator of The Legend of Acolyte, and we are here to celebrate the first annual KWay Weekend 2022. Now, we are here today to talk about everything concrete. We got panels, we got interviews, we got reveals, reaction videos. We got a little bit of everything planned for this weekend. So make sure you guys subscribe to the Twitch, the Facebook, the YouTube channels. Stay tuned throughout the whole weekend. We're going to be making announcements. We're going to be jumping on live. And we're just going to be doing a little bit of everything. So without further ado, let's keep it concrete, let's keep it moving, and let's keep it KWay. Y'all know what it is. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Lonzo Starr, your host, founder of Konkret Comics, and we're about to do the website reveal. So check it out. Let us know what you think in the comments. Website coming soon. Designed by the beautiful Miss Amber Coco Allen of Chaotic Coco Productions. Check her out at chaoticcoco.com as well. So without further ado, check out the website. Is a brand new family member, a brand new creator, a brand new just exceptional person to add to the fold of what we're trying to bring to this universe. So without further ado, JLK, Miss Carla, how are you doing?
I am doing lovely. How about yourself?
This first annual KWay Weekend. It's our first time doing all this interviews, things that we've been doing. I know that I had you on a panel, a few days ago. It's just nonstop. But we are here, and we are here to finally introduce you to the world and to the masses. I'm super excited. We've been talking for, it seems like a year now, right? It's been a while.
Last summer.
And I was bombarded with some dopeness on IG, and my partner on IG said, "You gotta call her. You gotta talk to this lady. She's dope. Check her out." And fast forward, a couple weeks, couple months, KWay Weekend, we're here.
Love it. I love it.
So feel free to take a second to introduce yourself. Who is Carla? Who is JLK? And where are you from?
Well, yes, my name is Carla, but I go by JLK. That's a combination of my husband's name, my name, and my son's name. So I like to keep the reason why I started writing again, first and foremost, which is my family. So I'm a wife, I'm a mom, I'm a nurse, and I'm a creator. So I've always liked to read and immerse myself into really great stories. And then even as a little girl, I remember one of my very first memories was of my mother enrolling me in the Fraggle Rock book club.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember just waiting every month to get my 3 new books. I had my nice little fresh tote bag. So that's my earliest, happiest memories was always reading, writing, and just completely making up stories in my head.
Yeah.
But of course, life, gets to you, especially Black kids, and we're encouraged to go into something more stable.
Mm-hmm.
So for the past 20 years, I've been in healthcare. These past few years, I've been a nurse. But shortly before COVID hit, I started writing again. And then that story just kind of grew. It just kind of grew and snowballed into something that I didn't really quite comprehend until you reached out to me and said, hey, I want to share this story with a lot more people.
Listen, that is dope. That is a dope origin story right there. You're a multi-layered woman. I want to know when did you know you wanted to turn your passion into a profession?
That's a good question, because there's always several moments in your life where you want to just finally succumb to what's in your heart,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that the strongest kind of turning point for me was when Black Panther came out. Black Panther completely changed, in my mind, everything for Black creators. For the first time, people saw how, one, profitable having a Black cast, having a story centered around a Black royalty was. It wasn't all about slavery movies. It wasn't all about civil rights movies, and although those pieces of art have their place, and without those pieces of art, we would not be here. There's also room for stories like Black Panther and Moon of Maru, and the other stories in the Konkret family. So I think Black Panther was my turning point, and I just started letting go and creating stories again and allowing myself to imagine. So that was my turning point.
Now I think that is really dope. Now, when you hit that turning point, did you just hit the ground running, start looking for artists, did you know how you were going to promote it and how you were going to do all that stuff like that? Like how did this come about to the point where when I first saw you, you were packaged and together already. You had a nice Instagram following. You were already promoting. You had images. You had little shorts out there. Like, how long did it take you from Black Panther to get to that point?
So I actually started writing a novel. This was supposed to be a novel, but of course I got bored because it wasn't giving what it was supposed to give,
Right.
So I took that novel and turned it into a comic strip. So I used a free app called the name escapes me, but I just created a comic strip. I created these characters and I started posting it on Instagram. So every week, thousands of people from all over the world will come to the page and read the next chapter of Moon of Maru. And so by the time I realized I actually should probably be thinking about how I can make a living off of this, I was already well into the story, like volume 3. And I got in touch with a really great artist, and he basically brought these characters to life. And so probably around we're in 2022, the end of 2020, we started working on the comic book.
It's funny, 2020 was a major turning point for like a lot of people, a lot of independent creators in the comic book industry. Like us, we just started 2019. That was our first time we've been dropping anything. And then 2020, we had planned to like literally go on tour and just be on every Comic-Con we could find. But 2020 shut us down. And it was a good thing for us because it caused us to really dive deep into the online culture of it, and that's where we really grew a large following and got introduced to a lot of people. We learned a lot during 2020 about e-commerce and how to sell, how to get your shipping on time, because shipping was messed up during COVID. Everything was crazy during COVID. So after COVID is I wouldn't say over, but now that we're not in that phase of it, it was so hard to get shipping out and do everything that we got to do. We're like over providing now for customers because we're trained for the real roughness of it. And it's dope. So many dope artists came out of this pandemic. Because a lot of us just had to sit down and, we were just scrolling on our phones.
We didn't have nothing to do.
We didn't have nothing to do. So I think all of us, like at the same time, discovered how many of us was out there. Because normally we're all out at the movies. We're going places. Like people aren't really creatives, I would say. Creatives like us and all the people that are creatives in this industry. We're rarely just online, just looking at the world because we're always creating. So for this time, we got to look around and see who else was in the room. We're like, there's some dope stuff out here. Like I didn't know there was this many people out here, So yeah, I think that is crazy.
And I think that for some people, they've always done this, right? But like I said, when Black Panther came out, Blaque is King, there's certain projects that have come out that we felt like, for me, I felt like, okay, this is something that will be not that we do it to be accepted, but we when we see other people do it, we're inspired. And so for me, I was inspired to bring that side of myself out again, go back to my childhood and bring these characters to life.
No, I think that was actually dope. And that brings us to your project now. Your project that I am super stoked to bring into the Konkret universe. I feel like it's gonna bring a whole nother layer to the lore of the universe, and it's a different style of storytelling than the rest of us. It's a perfect fit. Like me, I look for perfect fits that are different from everything we have. And your title is very different from everything that we have, which I feel like it's gonna bring in a whole new aura to the universe. So without further ado, let's talk about Moon and Maru. Where did this idea come from, and who is Moon? Who is Luna?
So I mentioned this earlier on the other interview to Anaji, was that Luna has always been inside of me. Like I've always, like for the past 10-15 years, I've always dreamed about this woman in my head. And she would never have a face. She didn't have a name. She never spoke, but she always would show herself up in those random scenes in my head. And it could be, a building's blowing up and she appears, or, we're flying to the sun and she's there, so, the things that the dreams are made of, she's always been in my head. And I didn't know who she was, but I knew she was a part of me. So when I decided to start to write again, I said I knew I had this. She was going to be the main character. I knew it. And so for me, because my second language is Spanish, of course, I kind of came to the whole Luna, which is moon. And then I started kind of researching different names, what could be the name of her country or her city or whatever it may be. And I came across Maru, which has its origins. I'm probably going to get this. It's been so long, but it has its origins in Asia. But I can't. I forget the exact culture it's from. But I kind of settled on Luna and Moon of Maru. So basically, this story takes place, and that's Luna.
There she is.
Yeah, it's kind of the grid doesn't really give her justice, but
right.
Like I said, the artist, when I described her to him, he just took it and ran with it. He is phenomenal. But the story takes place thousands of years into the future. Humans have migrated to other worlds. The heroes of old Earth are gone. So our, Iron Man, Captain America, Storm, all of them are gone. However, true to its nature, the universe has birthed a new generation of superheroes who are known as energy keepers in the book. And Moon of Maru takes place on planet Maru, the home of millions of humans united under the rulership of Queen Luna. And after a visit from a stranger from the future, Queen Luna discovers that she too is an energy keeper, and that she's the only one that can save her world from a threat that can destroy all that she loves. And it's a love story. It's a love story first with superpowers. So it's not a superhero story that has love scenes. It's a love story.
Yeah.
With superpowers. And that will, and hopefully it will remind everyone, especially our children, that they are beautiful, they're loved, and they also have the power to change the world.
That is exceptional. It's a perfect blend of fantasy and superhero type storytelling. The world building is incredible. Shout out to the artist. Just the way the pages look, and I'm talking, I guess early because our fans haven't got to see it yet, but the pages, the colors, it really takes you to another place when you read it. You really feel like you are there in this world, and that's personally what I loved about the images before I even read it. Then once I read it, that's when I found out how great of a writer you were. Your storytelling is exceptional. I don't know if that's a taught skill you learned or something you were just naturally with it, but the way you storytell is super dope.
Thank you.
I feel like when people review this comic and they read it, they're really gonna be in awe with how skilled you are with your storytelling, with your pacing. Everything that you did was remarkable. So I, for one, am a huge fan of this title. Luna's one of my favorites. I love the hair swag. I love the designs too. How much of a play? How much did you have in the design, or did you give the artist creative freedom to kind of imagine the world himself?
So when we first started working together, I just gave him one rule, and the one rule was, I did not want Luna to be and much respect to any comic book creator who has characters like this, but I did not want Luna to be, breast showing, badass. I wanted her to really reflect the royalty that she is. So she has to be modest. She's very sweet. She's very kind. But as people will see, there's a whole nother side to her. But that was the one rule. And so, and then of course there were other things like, this scene definitely has to have this. This scene definitely has to have this to fit in with the story. But I gave him a lot of creative freedom as far as the way he drew the buildings. I gave him inspiration. I sent him photos of things that I thought that could help inspire him. And he took that and just built on it. Even the clothes, I just couldn't imagine. He's more than an artist. He's a fashion designer. He's a director. I mean,
Right.
he definitely is someone that I'm going to keep close.
Oh
And
yeah.
if this evolves into something, where like an animated series, he's definitely going to be one of the people that is going to be on the project because he is
Oh yeah.
phenomenal.
He would be the perfect concept artist for film
Hmm.
and animation, and
And so,
his design work, his world building is definitely top notch. I can't wait to hopefully get to work with him one of these days.
yeah,
Yeah,
after we do issue 2.
oh yeah, nah, I got you. I'm not here to step on no
Yeah.
toes at all.
No, I'm just
Um,
kidding. I have to share him with you all. I will share him with you
oh
all.
no,
But,
keep him
he's
close. Listen, keep
yeah.
him far away from everybody. All right, don't let a Najee come up in here. Don't let Jamil. None of them. Keep him away from him. Don't even tell him his name. You know what I mean? Because
I
before
know
you
you
know it,
taught me that. You taught me that, to
don't
kind of
say
do things
nothing.
because I love to support people, but people will try
Everybody
to
was
grab your
asking. Yeah, like I don't want to dive too deep into that post, but as I saw it, and people were supporting, but most of the people were just like, "Yo, who's that artist?" Because they wanted that artist. You know what I mean? So that's what we got to worry about out here. And I did want to ask, since you were talking about the process of creating Luna and the world building of it, what were some of the challenges you had starting off trying to get to this point of a finished title, of a finished book?
Oh, of course, time and money. When you are trying to create something, you do have to invest in yourself. And so,
Hmm.
fortunately, I have a career that allows me to work as much as I want. And so, as long as I had that investment, the work would continue. I could continue to pay the comic book artist. But another thing is always balancing family. When I first started writing again, my husband he supported me, but he didn't quite see the
Right.
vision. People don't really see your vision. But I
Hmm.
think that when I started to adapt the comic strip into the comic book, and he actually started to see the images, his support for me kind of just exploded because he can finally see what I was seeing, with the
Yeah.
potential for this story. So I think time and money always, and then of course making sure that the people that mean the most to you sometimes they may not be on board right away, but if they love you and if they want to see you grow and you to be happy, they will support you and support your dreams.
Yeah, having a solid support team is major.
Hmm.
Even if it's one person. Yeah, I mean, it don't got to be a whole tribe of people. That one person that you can count on and bounce an idea off of, like, hey man, I want to know if this makes sense. If I make this person can fly because of this, that. Somebody that's going to give you positive criticism and steer you in the right way because they understand your vision. It's so important having people like that, and that's kind of what we try to keep inside of Konkret as well, because all of us, we're all independent creators. We all have our own lives, we all have our own friends, but
Right.
any of us can reach out to each other and try to run an idea by the next. Like, I mean, I may call James and just run a random name, like ask what he thinks about these two names, and I trust
Mhm.
he's going to give me the right. He's going to give me what he truly feels, and not from no point of, like, misguiding.
And
So
you the same with you. Yes, you get advice, but you helped me with this first issue because when you read it, you told me something was missing. Like, the story, but the people reading the story don't know what's going to happen yet. So we added that extra scene, and I felt like you pushed me into a whole new storyline, like a plot line, which I'm going to explore later on down. So you're right, like bouncing ideas off people who get it, who support you, can even push you into a whole different plane. So,
mhm.
and I love that scene. Probably the scene that you encouraged me to add is probably the my favorite scene
Oh,
of the
that's dope.
whole issue. So, and
I didn't know
I
that.
you saw the artwork, and it just, like I said, the artist is phenomenal.
He's phenomenal. If we could figure out a way to lock him in like a chamber or something just for you, so that so he never goes nowhere, I would be perfectly happy with that. So I got two more questions before we get out of here. These two are gonna be those presidential campaign, pageant questions right here. Um, who do you hope to inspire with this title that you're doing?
Oh wow! So first and foremost, my son. I want him to see how loved he is through these characters, especially the ones that are inspired by him. And spoiler alert, the Queen Luna and King Blaque is her husband. They do have children, and the children are a combination of my son. And he also he helped create those characters. I asked him.
Oh, that's dope.
I'm not going to say too much. I can't say too much because I'm going to give it away. But there's something that's going to come down. But he inspired those characters. And then secondly, like I said, when I was posting the comic strip on Instagram, thousands of people from all over the world would come to read it. I had people in different countries in Africa, the Caribbean, the UK, Denmark, Colombia, South America. They were everywhere. But the majority was of the Black diaspora. So, and I think it's because they saw a character that looked like them, and that wasn't. And again, I'm not trying to knock these movies, but they weren't enslaved. They weren't fighting for their freedom.
Yeah.
They weren't, it was a different story that people weren't used to seeing. And so they could live through this character. So I'm hoping that I can cross cultural lines, racial lines with this story, but also help people that look like me, that are chocolate and darker, to see that we are beautiful, and we have been an I can't say the word. We've been an essential part of the universe from day one. So, and you will see that theme evolve throughout the story. So, everyone. So, in short, everyone. I hope everyone sees something good about this story.
No, I guarantee it. I guarantee just off of the aesthetics, you're automatically gonna pull some attention. And when they read it, you're gonna pull a lot of attention. And then the bravery you have to be a woman, a Black woman in a male-dominated industry, for one, is already, it's already a challenge. So I feel that you're gonna encourage a lot of other younger women to just jump in here and take it by the horns, And that's what I'm very excited to see when we all link up to go to these Comic Cons, and you see those little girls come to the table and grab that book and be like, yo, this is dope.
I love it.
It's just dope. Like, I see that when I have Odina at the table and a girl comes up and she grabs that and say, Mommy, this look like you.
Oh.
That's it right there for me. I'm like, oh, that's dope.
Yeah.
And when I have my book out there and a little boy says, yo, I want to be him, I don't want to be Superman, I want to be him, because he sees himself now in that image. And that's always been the major, heart puller for me, is the inspiration in the kids. Because I know as a kid, I love comic books, and every time I would draw, I used to draw pretty good back then, but every time I would draw a character like Wolverine or Superman, I always would draw them as me. They would have like my goat, they would have my mustache, my little shape up. I would always draw them looking like me. And I didn't realize why I did that until I got older. I wanted to see them look like me. You know what I mean? I want that image. So now, that's exactly what I'm doing. I made Acolyte, and he literally is me. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I do see. I see a lot of parallels.
Yeah, that's That's what it is, man. But so my last question is, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? What do you want to? What are some of the milestones that you got that you're ready to
Mhm.
cross for this title?
I would love to. Well, I would love eventually. I would love to see Moon Maru as an animated series. I think
Hmm.
that I'm not going to compare myself to some of the classics, but I would love to be able to work with a writer's team to even take this story to the next level. Because of course, always adapting a comic book into a script for TV is completely different.
Hmm.
Um, so I would love to see it as an animated series. I would love to be running also my own production company, um, creating scripts, working with a diverse team, and then making the final edits and putting something out there that truly represents, women that look like me. And it is, and it's not going to be the typical content that you see. Like, there's a lot of great content out right now.
Hmm.
It's going to be a step away from the typical things we see right now. And like I said, I love what we see, but it's going to be a step away. It's going to be more that futuristic,
Yeah.
content. It's going to be more of those, women who, just not the typical roles that you would
Right.
see a Black woman play. So I know that, and I know there's a space for that. So I want to be running my own production company with my husband, and then my son. He'll be a little older by
That'd be
my
dope.
side, along with a team that is willing to take risks,
Hmm.
but create content that resonates with people.
Oh yeah. No, I think that's lit. If you don't mind, I want to throw one a milestone on there.
Oh,
I think you should definitely circle back to putting this out as a novel as well. Something you can really expand upon in just the
mhm,
literature form.
mhm,
Even if it's a whole nother chapter to it, like the before Moon,
mhm.
everything that transpired with the migration to this place. It's like all of that could be that would be an insane novel. And
Yes,
I feel that that would be lit.
yes,
And I'm always down to I'm always down to bounce ideas with you as well.
yeah, yeah. And
And
if
I got
no.
yeah.
Yeah, yes, yes. I have. It's time. I do still have those 5 or 6 chapters of the novel, that one day I will share and then continue to work on. But yeah, there's a lot of backstory there, with all of the characters. I purposely set up issue 1 where people are left with, wait a minute, what happened? What happened to them? Like, how they get there?
Yeah.
And I think that's always a good way to open up a story, because it draws people in, and that's something that, I learned from you. You want to draw people in with the first issue. So there's a lot of potential for this story, and I'm just humbled that I was invited to be a part of the Konkret family, and I'm extremely grateful.
I'm humbled that you accepted it, right? You're doing some amazing things. Shout out to your family for being your rock. They holding you down. Your son and my daughter are the same age. That's dope as well. And yeah, it's gonna be a really bright future for you. Like I
Thank
feel
you.
the world is gonna fully embrace this project and everything that you got going on. And you are literally the first female creator of Concrete Comics, so you're already making history already.
Thank you. Black
You're
History
the
Month.
you're the first. You're the first
Yes.
black female creator of Concrete Comics. So
Thank
you
you.
about to set the course ablaze for the future. And
Yeah.
I appreciate you. And this was an outstanding interview.
Thank
KWay
you.
Weekend. We did it again. If you got anything you want to leave the people with, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I just started. I'm back on Instagram. You can follow my page at Stories with Moon. Stories underscore with underscore Moon. I will be posting a lot more content as we approach the release date of the issue number 1. I don't want to say too much because I don't know what we're gonna be sharing this weekend. But I'm just gonna leave it like that. Stories with Moon on Instagram, and then of course as I go into the year, I'm gonna also have other platforms that I will share with you all. And then when you go to the Instagram page, please subscribe to my email my email list, because that is the primary way I communicate with anybody who's interested in the story. So please go to my Instagram page and subscribe to the email list.
Yes, ma'am. With that being said, KWay Weekend, we got another one. Shout out to our newest family member, Mrs. JLK.
Thank you.
And we on one. KWay Weekend. We out of here. What's up, everybody? We back live again. I'm your host, Lonzo Star, for KWay Weekend. And today, or this moment right now, we are talking to a special guest, one of our newest creators, Mr. J.E. Tyler. How's it going, bro?
What's good? What's popping? Everything is great. Blessed. Feeling very blessed.
Hey, listen, man. KWay Weekend is finally here. I know me and you talked about this for a while. You know what I'm saying? It's been a long time in the talkings of KWay Weekend. So just real quick, how do you feel being a part of this first annual KWay Weekend, man?
Legendary. I feel honored. I feel humbled, to be a part of the legendary Konkret Comics first KWay Weekend. So it's a great feeling.
Hey, bro, it's dope, man, and I'm glad to have you here as not only a creator, collaborator, but as a brother and a friend. Me and you talk so much now, and got so many little sneaky things planned. Like I'm very excited to let people really get an in-depth conversation with you and to get to know who you are. So with that being said, let's begin, man. So who is J.E. Tyler and where are you from?
Okay, so J.E. Tyler is an artist. He's a creator. he sometimes an intellectual, sometimes a goofball. You know, yeah, just a lover of art and lover of storytelling. And I'm from Mobile, Alabama, the Gulf Coast region. Um, and I have my humble Southern roots, which very much so contributes to my storytelling, which hopefully everyone will soon find out.
Bro, that's dope, man. Now, have you always been into writing and creating in that genre?
Yeah, so pretty much, my story. I've always been creative. I've always created stories in my mind. I didn't realize that I could channel that through words until my fifth grade year. I had a teacher who pretty much just challenged us to write, and it's been history from then on. Like I love creating stories. I love putting it out. Other people can see it and hearing what people think. So it was just kind of a natural progression from there. But I've always been like wild in my imagination.
Can you remember the first story that you wrote where you was like, hey man, I want to do this like forever?
Yeah. Okay. So my fifth grade teacher, Miss Dorothy Bell. Miss Bell, if you out there.
What's up, Miss Dorothy?
Yeah, Miss Bell. She made us write a story every month. So it needed to be, well, it could be appropriate to the season. Like let's say October, you write a Halloween story or something like that. But every month you had to write a different short story. Me, just like the rest of the class, I wanted no parts of it. I was like, I don't want to do this. But then I did it, and I had to read it. So she called on me to read it for the class. I get in front of the class. I'm nervous. I'm like, they're gonna laugh at me. I read the story. When I tell you, you could have heard a pin drop. And then when I finished, everybody was like everybody just left it. And so I think that hit me in that moment because I was the type of kid who thought I was not good at anything. I didn't think I had any real talents. Like my brothers, my big brother could draw, he could dress, he could play every sport. Like, what I'm saying? He had everything going for him. Me, I couldn't do anything. But when I got that reaction, it was like, that was my moment. I arrived like, oh, this is what I meant to be. So, yeah, and it's gonna go from there. But that first story, I used to write these stories about these two characters, Sabrina and Tim, and they used to go on these magical adventures. And yeah, they were like,
dope, bro.
Yeah.
Sounds like something that needs to be revisited in 2022, man.
I actually still have one of them.
You know what? You're gonna be talking after this, man. I told you about coming to me with this dope ideas that inspire me to produce, man. Right?
Hey.
And I'm thinking about it now, like, wait a minute.
Let's get it back.
But yeah, man. So now that leads you into this path of where you are now. Like, and it's funny how me and you met. It was through literally supporting each other.
Yeah. Yep.
You came across the page, and I can't remember if you had asked me something. I think you had asked me something in the DM, like how do you get these books?
I think so. I was scrolling through my my Explore page. Scrolling through the Explore page. Now, granted, before this, I used to always complain that black characters were always a version of something that was already out there. So it was always like a black Superman or a black Batman or a black Captain America. And I wanted to see something original that was us. So I'm just scrolling through my Explore page one day, and I think I saw Acolyte. And I was like, oh, wow, this looks dope,
man.
Yeah. And then I started digging more. And then, I'm like literally every character just looked like something distinct. And it was like everything looked so amazing, well put together, well drawn. And I was like, whoa, what is this? So that's when I think I messaged you, just a compliment, because I was thoroughly impressed, and then I think we started dialoguing from there.
Yeah, we started dialoguing, and
Yeah,
you know,
which I
small
was
secret
surprised.
about.
You know, you don't expect to get responses from people you admire. So I was like,
Nah, man, I listen. Like, so it's a secret about me, man. At any time people hit me up, I research like who you are. I mean, I go and look at the page and be like, because you never know who you run across, man. Like
true
you
that.
know, every now and then I go on an IG page and I read a profile and they may say like ambassador for like ABC's, you know,
Yeah,
Black Beards line or something. I'm like, yo, this person's kind of crazy. Let me make this connection, man.
right.
I think that's kind of benefited me in
Yeah,
business. You know, I'm always searching for, you know, people that
yes,
I feel are masters of something, and
right,
found that I
right.
do it. When I read your bio and I saw you were an author and what you did, and I think I asked you because I was looking to develop the blog more because
Yes. Mm-hmm.
we had Daniel was overseeing the blog, and you know he was getting so busy as editor in chief. He was doing everything now. So the
Right.
blog was like, I was like, I need somebody else to spice this up. So when I met you and I realized what you did, we started
Uh,
talking about that blog stuff, and you sent me a
yeah.
couple blogs to read.
Mhm.
I know off the top of my head which blog it was.
It
It
was
was
There was one about the Joker movie.
the Joker movie. Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
called That's Life. I think I titled it. But what was funny is I had started blogging, and I was just blogging because I figured that read somewhere that's a nice way to promote yourself as an author. So I had just started blogging not that long before that, and I'm just posting these blogs, and then here it is, you come looking for a blogger, and I'm like,
There it is, bro.
it was all so organic. It was perfect. Yeah.
Doors open up randomly, man.
Right.
And you know that's a similar thing with the way I met Daniel as well. Daniel submitted he submitted a comic book to me, or a mini script of his he wanted me to read, and I loved the story, but I also saw his skill when it came to editing. And I saw how good he wrote, and I was like, "Yo, would you ever think about being an editor?" And he didn't think about being an editor, and
Yeah.
lo and behold, it came out. And I remember you weren't really, you were a little hesitant about the blog at first, and I was like, bro, you know, you can. I told you, I said, bro, it's your world. Like whatever you want to write, whatever you want to do, is yours. And then you know, Daniel was right there with you. And I lie to you not, the first blog you did, Daniel was like, move him up, bump him up, bump him up. I said, listen. I said, all right. I said, all right. So you obviously have a strong knack for, you know, literature, man, and just writing in general, man, and how you capture how you really, you know, take your twist in your blogs is amazing, man. So I just want to give you a shout out for that, bro. You really been doing your thing as the lead editor of the Konkret Comics blog.
Thank you, bro.
And you've been giving it some sauce, man. And within that blog, it led us down another path, man. A path of something great.
Yes,
Something called the Yesterfate. The
Come on.
Yesterfate Chronicles, man. For those of you that are watching this and have been to the Konkret Comics website, you can read the Yesterfate Chronicles up to episode 9 right now. Only for right now. It's about to be taken off, so y'all better get up on there.
Y'all better get up on it. I'm trying to tell you.
So, where did this Yesterfate come from? How did you think of this? What inspired you to do it? I need to know, bro.
So what's interesting is it was last year around this time, because it was Black History Month, I remember. And I think it came from, actually, you and I had a conversation and about Black History Month and like what was going to be our post for Black History Month. So I kind of started thinking about it. I was like, I don't want to just do another blog profiling people. I feel like, you know, that's been done so many times. I wanted to, you know, put some creative stank on it. So
Creative stank. I like that
you
word,
know,
brother.
you know, so I started thinking, I'm like, what's a good way to do this? So really, the Yes to Fate was born of a need to just tell narrative, like tell history, but in a narrative way. So I just wanted to highlight our ancestors, but as in storytelling. So like not just telling you on this day such and such a couple accomplished this. I want to walk you through a day in their life. And so that's kind of how it started, but it grew into something way greater. Like I didn't really know that it was going where it's gone.
You definitely created Frankenstein because I remember it started off as just a cool way to tell, Black history. Because I think we started it Black History Month last year, right?
Yep. Last year.
It was last year, and we planned it out to drop like one a month or something like that. And then it just got out of hand. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Things got real out of hand. The story got way too interesting, and it needed to be its own thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's just dope, man. Without giving too much away, like some of these characters that you have in this thing are straight out of the greatest sci-fi stories ever created, right?
Yes, sir.
Where did that come from? Where did the inspiration to tell this sci-fi historic story?
So one thing, and I think you and I have talked about this before too. One thing that's always I've found interesting is like I look at the stars, and I've always had this theory that what if the stars are actually beings? Like, what if the stars are actually celestials? Like, that's the heavens. Like, those are actual beings over there watching over us. So that's kind of where the sci-fi element came in at, because I'm telling a story of history, but throughout history, one thing that has not changed is these stars have always been there. They've always been watching over us. So I kind of brought the stars into the story kind of as figures. And one star in particular, the Yes to Fate. So a protector of legacy, a protector of history. Mm-hmm. And he really was meant to be a means to tell our story historically, but then he just kind of, throughout writing it, he grew into his own character, and he became his own story, and he became the front runner of this series, and something special now.
Now I think that's dope, man. And I don't know if we ever talked about this, but there was somewhere, I forget where I was reading, man. I know that I'll be diving deep into these lores, man. So the meaning behind I want to say the meaning behind the stars and the planets. Somewhere I was reading it to where the stars are angels, right?
Yes.
But the planets are the ones that wanted to watch us closely.
Right.
That's why they're closer to us. But each planet is an angel that wanted to watch closely.
Yes.
And I believe the names are inspired by that too. I gotta find that out, man. Like I don't know which part of the dark web I was in where I was reading this stuff. But
not the dark web.
I was somewhere. I'll be sending you some dark web stuff too, don't I?
Yeah.
With it, man. So some of the most random stuff, man. But it's so inspiring to storytelling, man. And I feel like you're cut from that cloth like I am, man, where you read something and it just sparks a whole nother like mythos, like an organic one. And it's dope because when I create these mythos, I just create it as another perspective. You know what I mean? I don't try to. It's not that I'm trying to create something new. It's just another, hypothesis, another what if. Like what if this is what it is? What if this is how the universe works? Or what if this is what that is?
Yep.
So, you know, and that's basically what everything we know of is already. It's just hypothesis, man. Can't nobody really tell us why these stars exist. There's no
Yeah, no one knows.
explanation to it. So we
Hmm.
can literally talk about whatever we want. And with the
Yep.
Yesterfate, the way you tied history into the sci-fi had me already hooked. I was already on go with this, and you know the blog was just glorious, man.
Thank you, bro. Thank
But
you.
what the blog has led to
Mhm.
is even greater. I was
Yes.
I was told it's going to be coming in like a some type of a physical form, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So currently the blog itself is transforming into
Mhm.
Concrete Comics' first novel.
Y'all heard that live,
Um,
right?
yes.
First novel. This man has created the first novel of Concrete Comics, y'all.
Yes, with graphics included. So you will not only be able to read great words, but they will come with great imagery. And if anybody has seen Yes the Fate Chronicles Instagram, you know what I'm talking about. Imagery is
Oh yeah,
everything.
oh yeah, yeah. Matter of fact, I might be able to show a little something real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. Hold on, I might be able to show a little something, man. Y'all see what we working with
There
over
it
here?
is. There it is.
Look at that, man. Look
Ah.
at that, man. You out here doing it major, bro. Bro, I'm gonna just show a couple of these images, man.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
this right here reads: In 1838, the Second Seminole War was in full swing. Escaped slaves and native Seminoles will join forces to take on American colonizers in Chronicle 8's epic tale of the Black Seminoles. Mm, my man going off, y'all.
And that's what I'm telling you. You get, not only are you getting excellent sci-fi, fiction, fantasy, but you're getting actual historical facts sewn into there. So like literally it's empowering because it's showing us that, you know, we do come from something great. And it's all there. It's all there. It's
This,
entertaining and it's empowering.
bro, this image is the one right here, man. Like, I love that one right there,
I
bro.
do too. It's one of my favorites.
It captivates everything that the Yesterfate is right there. You know what I mean? And
Yes, yes.
as people read the story, they're gonna understand this picture a lot more. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Yes.
see how deep this story is, man. This is one of the deepest stories of Concrete Comics, y'all. Just to let you guys know. This man went in. He created his literal, like, you kind of have like your own section in Concrete Comics of like a whole breakdown of what is, and the way we're planning on tying it into with the you know, the heroes, the acolytes and stuff like that, like the
Mhm.
future crossovers that can come from this is just diabolical, bro. And
I'm excited.
as we're talking about comics, I believe there's like some type of a comic going along with this one too, right?
Yes, yes, yes. So there will also be a companion comic that picks up exactly where the novel leaves off. I mean, exactly where the novel leaves off. So I'm overloading you with story here. Like it's a free fall. So you're gonna get a full journey from the Yesterday, a full, exciting, action-packed, heartfelt journey.
So y'all heard it here, man. 2022 is looking crazy. Concrete Comics will be dropping its first novel, written by my man and created by my man J.E. Tyler right here, y'all. The man with the glistening beard knows best, and he came in here to show out, bro. So with that, man, I'm very excited about the Yesterfate, dog, and it leads me to this last question, man. My last final question.
All right.
Because we've known each other for now, what was it, 2 years now? I would say.
I think
Since
so.
2020 is when we met.
No, actually 2019.
2019.
2019. Yep.
2020 is when we started working together, though.
2020 is when we started working. Yeah.
Because it was like 7 months of us just communicating, just talking,
Right.
man, and just feeling each other out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then the door opened up, and you were the first person on my list to contact. You know what I mean? And now, you know, we lead from 2020. You running the blog, writing crazy. 2021, you really picked up and took it to another level.
Yes.
We linked up, did a Comic-Con together in Atlanta. Had a great time.
A great time.
Great time. I seen that you were sweating a little bit at the table. I'm saying it was all good though. You know what I mean? But no, man. So that leads me to my last question, and we're gonna get up out of here. Is where do you see yourself in the next 5 years with this Yes to Fate title?
Oh my God! Hopefully, producing content for either television or movies or theater or something. I just want to grow it. I want to grow it into different mediums. That's always been a dream of mine, to be a media titan of some sort. Because I just, when I'm telling you, there is nothing like seeing something that you thought up in your head manifest into something visually, an image that everyone else can see and interpret. Like when I tell you, people put so much emphasis on success and whatever that is, but for me, just seeing it having created, that's like the ultimate milestone. It's like,
oh yeah. Nah, bro, I see, and I can see that easily working, easily translating, man. And you know me, I'm 155% behind you. I'm gonna keep it 55th Street out here. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And you know, I'm super proud of the title. I'm super proud of what you got going on, bro.
And I appreciate you, seriously.
Bro, iron sharpens iron, man. I need people around like you to make me who I am, bro. You know what I mean? Y'all, you know, I don't want to disappoint you guys, so I go hard, bro. I go hard for the family, man.
You definitely don't disappoint. Yeah, that's real.
Nah, yeah, for sure, man. And I know that we really can't talk about it, but I'm gonna say it anyway because I'm CEO here. You know what I'm saying? I do what I want. So, you know what I'm saying, but I'm gonna talk heavy. All right.
Come on.
Talk Heavy podcast coming soon as well, man. But me and Mr. Tyler here have something very dope planned. We've been working on this for months now. We've been turning the pot, mixing it up. You know, flick of the wrist is crazy right now. Just be on the lookout for the title Z Repo. That's all I'm gonna say. Z Repo is on the way.
Trying to tell you, ain't ready.
Y'all ain't ready. 2023 is looking even spookier than 2022 does right now. And it's a new genre for both of us. You know what I'm saying? Yes. I've never wrote in this genre. You never wrote in this genre, but the idea is like we've been in it for years.
Yeah.
You know, I'm totally with it, man. And with that being said, bro, thank you for, you know, being a part of Konkret Comics, coming on board of Konkret Comics, you know, helping me out in times of need and keeping me from losing my brain, running a Konkret blog as you do. I just thank you, man. Thank you for coming on board. Thank you for being one of our newest creators and creating the Yes to Fate, dog. And I'm proud of you, bro. And we're gonna keep it concrete.
Yes. KWay Weekend. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, bro. Is there anything that you want to lead the people with?
Just stay tuned. As someone on the inside, I'm telling you, Konkret Comics has some amazing stuff coming. I've been privy to a little, not just my stuff, but others. And y'all are in for a treat. Stay tuned. KWay Weekend. Stay locked in. It's coming.
I know what it is, man. We gonna get up out of here. We got more interviews coming, and y'all know what time it is.
nameless in a sea of the dying and shameless. A sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop.
And hello, welcome again to another panel on our first ever KWay Weekend. We are so excited for you to sit in with us as I, Blaque and Kulture, talk to the amazing creator of Decimation Earth, Dave Rucker. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you today?
I am doing really well. So I've got some questions prepared. I'm gonna ask them. Just let's get right into it. No need to do
Let's do it.
So far, you're fairly new to the whole Konkret Comics. What has your journey been like joining this pretty decently large indie comic community?
It's been amazing. It's been an amazing journey. It's been exciting, and it's interesting that you use the word large indie community, because to me it feels like it's large but it's small, because you end up knowing everybody. Like for instance, when Lonzo brought me on board to Konkret, he knew my artists. He knew Sean and Lee, my artists, and then Lonzo knew also some of the guys that I do other projects with. And then it's just like everybody knows everybody. So it's like you find yourself in this close-knit group of people that you can collaborate with and share ideas with.
Oh, I like that. It feels like a kind of like a family or friend affair. Like everybody knows everybody. That's cool.
Right.
As far as joining the community and launching Decimation Earth, what has been one of your biggest hurdles in doing so?
I think one of the biggest hurdles has been trying to put all the pieces together, from the writing to the art to the lettering to the inking. I mean, it's all the facets of putting everything together, and then funding it through a Kickstarter. I think those are some of the hurdles that I found myself in, because I think a lot of people who get into this business don't realize how much hard work you have to put in, and how much of the work that you have to, farm out or contract out. Like, I'm a writer, I'm not an artist, so I have to pay artists to do my work. Right. And then I have to bring in persons to do the lettering, then I have to bring in another person to do the gray tones. And then at the end of the day, then I have to put it together, and then I have to raise money to get it printed. And that's, the Kickstarter itself is an amazing hurdle on its own.
Yeah, absolutely. Have there been any, with the Kickstarter in particular, has there been any like anxiety or fear that maybe that project won't succeed, or like, are you pretty confident when it comes down to making Kickstarters?
I am anxiety driven when it comes to Kickstarters. It's driving my wife crazy, and my 14-year-old boy is crazy, because I'm constantly staring at either my phone or my computer, seeing if we're hitting the numbers where we're supposed to be. Because when you first start a Kickstarter, if you've got enough people behind it, your numbers will hit really quick. But then somewhere between that happy medium of getting just where you think you are, halfway there, it slows down. And then the minutes tick by, the hours tick by, the days go by, and you're like, are we going to make our goal? Are we going to make our goal? And then you finally make your goal, and the question is, can we get over our goal? Can we meet our stretch goals? And, it's like, because Kickstarter takes like 3% out of your goal. So you have to have a solid goal, how much you need in order to put your books together and get them out there.
I think that's an interesting aspect that not too many people who are getting into indie comics may know. So thank you for letting us know that. But of course, you definitely are successful with your Kickstarters because Decimation Earth came out, launched a successful Kickstarter, fully funded. The book is out. It's amazing, by the way. Absolutely love it. Definitely another one of my favorites from the Konkret lineup. What do you see happening next, or what do you have planned next for Decimation Earth?
Well, for Decimation Earth, I see it like not like this giant universe where we have different stories that could be told. So there are other stories that are going to be told that's off from the Decimation Earth main title. We're in the process of building out various other titles that will take parts in different time periods of that universe. And there will be some spin-offs of some of the main characters. But, the thing I would caution is that this is moving so fast and we're not even into the third book and there's already ideas in my head to do spin-offs. And so we have to be careful with those spin-offs because we don't want to get too far ahead of the main book and its story. Right.
As a creator, do you find it difficult to kind of like contain your ideas or contain your creativity?
Yeah, my writing partner, Barry Newkirk, the way we work is I usually sit and write the entire script, and he sits beside me, and he'll go in afterwards and tweak, or he'll just like pull me aside because the way I write is it's like throwing spaghetti up against the wall and seeing what sticks. I will throw every single thing into my script, and then Barry will go back over it, I'll go back over it, Daniel will go back over it, and they'll be like, okay, you need to take this out, we need to move this part here, and you need to save this part for later on in the series. And this has nothing to do with what you're telling in the story. Right. Because when I first wrote Decimation Earth, the main character, Gideon, a lot of the beta readers that I had felt that another character, Paris, who you'll meet in book 2, was the main character. And so I had to go back and rework it a little bit. Because when I wrote the script, it was originally 160 pages.
Yeah.
And then everybody's like, well, we got to break this up in the books. So fortunately, we're able to break those 160 pages up into 5 books. So we are looking pretty solid right now. It's like right now, book 3 is written. The artist is working on the panels right now, the storyboard. Book 4, I am going over the script one more time and having it re-edited, and that will go to the artist. And book 5, I am finishing as we speak.
Okay. So that's super exciting, and I definitely understand, like, you have so many ideas and you have all of this, basically this block of ice, and you just have to chip it away until you make your perfect sculpture. So that's super. Right. I love hearing about like the creative process behind things. Right. As far as your other projects, I know that you mentioned you have some spin-offs potentially coming out. Is there any other project that you can talk about potentially coming out soon?
There are 2 other projects, but I'm very hesitant to talk about them right now. But I could tell everybody that they are going to be in more of the visual medium than they are going to be in a comic book. They're going to be exciting, and they're 2 different mediums. And that's all I'm going to say. Because I'm the type of person, if I give too much away, I don't want to jinx it.
Oh no, I get you. Final 2 questions here. So the first question I have for you is, Joining Konkret Comics, of course, they have their fan base, and each little book has their like pocket group of supporters. How has it been just watching your group of supporters grow and grow about Decimation Earth?
It's been exciting. It's been exciting because when I came into Konkret, the three top books, if you want to call it that, it was Acolyte, Absolver, and Odina. And so it's nice to see that Decimation Earth is growing and getting to that level where, and Watchmen too is now one of the successful books. It's now exciting to see that Decimation Earth is slowly moving in to be in that category, because Decimation Earth is totally different from any of the other books that are part of the Konkret label.
Oh, absolutely. And finally, is there anything that you want to tell the people, anything you want to wrap up? This is also a good time to plug yourself and anywhere else where we can find you or your content.
Well, we're on Instagram at Decimation Earth IX, so come follow us. We're always posting the latest art and the latest sketches for our books, and occasionally there's reels going out. We put together reels to show some of the wonderful things that we're doing with Decimation Earth. But all I can say is that everybody stay tuned. We've got a lot of exciting things that are coming on. We've got a Kickstarter that's going to be coming up later this year, and there's going to be some exciting rewards that are going to be part of that Kickstarter.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Dave, for your time. I'm super excited for Decimation Earth, everything that's coming out this year. And of course, I had a wonderful time talking to you. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
What up? What up? We are back again. This is KWay Weekend 2022. This is the first annual KWay Weekend kickoff. So we back with another banger. We back with another one. I got my boy here, the man of the hour, Mr. Lau, the Kid Ringle. How we feeling, bro?
I mean the cookie, but we're good.
Oh my gosh. He's always distracted, ladies and gentlemen. Always. You know what I'm saying? But he's the man of the hour, man. How's it been, bro? How's it feel to be a part of KWay Weekend, man?
I mean, since you finally started KWay Weekend, once I joined, I feel like I had a big part in that, since I am I'm the MVP of Konkret anyway, so I feel like it's my weekend since it just ended my birth week, so something slight. So it's a good.
I see where we're starting this one off with, man. I see the vibes of this interview. I see it's gonna be a lot of trollism going on, as per usual,
Nothing new.
But no, for real, for those of you that may not know who this guy is, feel free to introduce yourself, Lau.
I mean, you all know who I am, but to let you know again, I'm Lyle Ringo, the award-winning author of the comic book series Seven Fields is the Watchman. 28 years old, South suburbs of Chicago. So I don't know what else to say. Yeah, so that's who I am,
bro. I
like long walks on the beach too. So
right. Nah, bro, but that's a lot more than enough, man. You are the creator of the Watchmen, one of the most trendy characters in the indie scene right now. Fan favorite. People been going crazy over the Watchmen, wanting to know what's next, what's coming up. But before we get to that, we're gonna talk about your journey so far as a independent comic creator, man. How has it been? What's some of the most challenging things that you had to deal with?
The journey so far is terrible. I hate it. I want to retire. But you know, but no, the journey's been decent though. Not gonna lie, I did want to retire at one point. I was like, yeah, I'm done with this because it was just too much work. I was like, I don't need this.
Oh yeah.
But you know, yeah, that was just like at one point. Then I got over it. I just needed to take a little mental break. Then I got over it. But I don't know. It was just a lot of work to do it independently, I guess. Because then you got to do everything. You got to do crowdfunding. That got irritating, you know, with the Kickstarter. So, not really a big fan of the Kickstarter, but it does help. But it's like, I'm not a fan of it. You got to promote it because then you got to keep promoting every day. And then the whole, you know, social media aspect of it, like I told you when I first started, I'm not even on Instagram. I never was on like Instagram and Twitter like that. And that's how people like now, they probably see laps. Like if I get doing a project, they saw that big lapse in that on the Watchmen's page. That's because I was like, well, I ain't got no notes to put out right now.
Right.
I don't see a point. Like the book was already finally released, you know, on the website and everything too. So I was like, I don't see a point. I ain't got nothing else to put out there right now. So what's the point of me being on, you know, the social media with it? Because I'm not really a big social media person like that. So that was another thing I had to get over, really. But other than that, it's been cool. I mean, some people ask for interviews and whatnot. That was all right. But the going live thing, I still hate it. So.
Oh yeah, no. I'm still getting used to going live, man. I do it just because it's a part of the goddamn job. You know what I'm saying? Just having to promote and talk to the folks. But I remember, man, when we first started your project and started working on that thing, you know, we had the random comparisons, the random, you know, there's Nightwing, there's a Robin guy, and you know, I know that really got on your nerves. But since you put the character out, all that stopped. You know what I'm saying? People see and understand that, like, you know, how did you overcome the annoyance of that, man? Of the, you know, people's first impressions, where they had good first impressions, but they were just comparing it too much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't get over it. I still.
Oh man.
I'm maybe not. I mean, honestly, that was so irritating. Because first of all, they didn't look anything alike. He had a W on the chest. First of all, that's not even Nightwing symbol. Isn't a W.
Right.
Yeah, it's not a W. It's a wing. It's like his mask, whatever. It wasn't even a W. My guy literally had a literal W. Like it was a drawn out W on the chest. And they're like, oh, like Nightwing, just because he had sticks.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
He had a bow staff. Like Nightwing isn't the only character who can use a bow staff and combat sticks. Like everyone has. That's the Chinese culture in the first place. They all use it. So you tell me that every Chinese person that uses the bow staff is Nightwing. That's the thing that was getting on my nerves.
That's true.
Like first of all, it wasn't even the same color scheme. They didn't look nothing alike. And then they would try to put Black Nightwing. No, it wasn't Black Nightwing. He didn't grow up as many. Like, okay, so like Nightwing used to be Robin. The Watchman was never like Scout as a child or something like that. Like,
no, I dig what you're saying.
He went straight into the Watchman. Like, it wasn't Watchman. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah. Hey man, the beginning of the Watchman was funny. You remember them other guys that we had to roll up on? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who was trying to talk
people
heavy?
Tried to hit me up. Yeah.
Until they saw that you had.
I took their character.
Until they saw that you had representation, and then they went into the shadows.
They hit me up since. I'm like, see, that's what y'all get. Trying to get you. I don't know what they thought they were going to get out of that.
I mean, neither.
I didn't have nothing.
You went through some definite, you know, random ass hurdles in the beginning of your book. when you put it out though, that love and support that you got was crazy, man. Like people was definitely showing love and coming out the woodworks. It's one of the most asked about titles in Konkret. It's dope, man. And just off of the mini issue, we're gonna segue into what this mini issue created. You were nominated for an award and then actually won a Glyph Comic Award for a mini project that you did of the Watchmen.
Yeah.
So for all the naysayers and the haters, 6 pages. So for all the naysayers and the people that were saying things, what can they say now? You know what I mean? You walked away with an award for 2021, and is that something you were expecting to get so early in your career of making comics?
No, I didn't even think I was getting an award. You told me to apply, then I never heard from these people. So I was like, I guess I didn't get it. I didn't even think about it after I applied because I forgot about it because they took so long. I forgot about it. And then I thought about it one day, probably like a couple months ago. I was like, man, I guess I didn't get that award. I was like, well, and then you hit me up like, you hit me up like last month. Was it earlier this month? Yeah, you hit me up earlier this month and told me that I got it. I was like, oh, all right, that's cool.
That's crazy, bro. Then that,
so just waiting on my plaques now.
I know, right? No, but that right there is a telling tale to the future of Watchmen. You know what I'm saying? Of if people are already drawn by it from the mini, so imagine when you get deeper into this story, man, and start really telling these twists and turns that these people ain't even ready for. That's coming. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And these characters that are coming out from the Watchmen verse, is dope, man. I'm proud of the project. I'm proud of you. I got to see the project at infant stage mold into what it is now. Redesigns, re-logos. You know what I'm saying? You touched up the color scheme, and those are the little things people don't see from the background. All they see is the finished product. But you really went ham with making this character and this product presentable for the world, and it's getting the just due from that. You know what I'm saying? All that's coming back, bro.
It's a TV series now,
Listen, put that on the milestone, man. So, while we got here, bro, let's talk about Watchmen, man. Is there some updates? Is there some stuff that we can know? Some stuff that you can tell KWay Weekend? You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Watchmen is dead now, so no more issues out to issue 2.
All right,
cutting that off.
Watchmen's dead. Let's cut down the interview, man. We out of here.
So issue 2 is coming out soon. When it's done, it'll be out when it's done. It's in production right now. Like the script is done, but it's being, the book is being completed right now. So issue 2 is coming out. Issue 3 is in the works with that one. So, you have issue 2. You might have issue 3 by the time we do the Kickstarter. Maybe. Possibly. Yeah. Maybe not. It'll be out. Issue 3 will be here most likely by the end of the year anyways, though. So, you'll probably see it by the end of the year. If not, with the next Kickstarter, you'll see it at the end of the year. You'll see new characters in issue 2 and 3. Different types of villains show up. Different villains.
So real quick, issue 1 we left off with a cliffhanger, man. You know what I mean? We showed cliffhangers. We showed what Tevin just witnessed. You know what I'm saying? And now he's trying to figure things out, but there's somebody else trying to figure him out. Are we going to see more of Vale in issue 2?
Yes, and so Vale, he does show up in issue 2. Probably doesn't show up as soon as people want him to show up, right? But he shows up in issue 2. He makes an impression in issue 2, so we can say that he makes an impression.
Dope, man. He got a lot of love from just you posting the picture, man, and everybody seeing him, bro.
That battle picture got the most likes I ever seen on my page. So
bro, that battle picture was lit, man. So that right there,
they'll see definitely more battles about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, bro. And I think once they get introduced to Vale, he's gonna become a lot of people's favorite character as well. He got a real cool design. he got a lot of swag. His lingo, the way he be talking in there, it's a dope character, man. Like I really like your writing style, because me knowing you, I know it's naturally you. You know what I'm saying? How you think and how you talk.
People,
how your
and
sense of
that's
humor
people don't
is.
understand that.
Yeah,
But I literally,
it's,
that's all I do. I literally write how I talk. See,
you ready
me,
to talk? I write the same way.
That's how you make a connection with people. Like, you can't just fake it. I feel like if you
can't fake
fake the
it.
lingo, it's not gonna work. Like, it
That's
has to
what I'm
actually
saying,
come.
bro.
I feel like it has to come from you. Like, you can't fake it.
I ain't gonna lie, man. It's funny when I first started writing Acolyte, I was afraid to use like Philly slang in there because I didn't know if readers were gonna pick it up like that. You know what I'm saying? Like know what I was talking about. So I found a way like to use it lightly and to say it when it was meaningful, not just all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I said it during situations of him with his guard down or him just talking. You know what I mean? But it's writing like personality is hard to do. It's hard to write somebody's personality. In a movie, you can watch it, you can see it, the live
It's
action,
easy
how
for a
they,
movie,
you know what I mean? But in writing, it's really hard to relate a tone and personality. So the way that you do it with the Watchmen is dope, bro. Like I'm super excited for the Watchmen issue 2, which we're gonna be announcing that Kickstarter real soon. So make sure y'all subscribe to the website. And subscribe to our Patreon, subscribe to everything we got, YouTube, everything. Follow us. We're gonna be dropping news and updates on our mailing list. Excuse me. But yeah, man, that's lit, bro. So with that being said, is there any other updates to the Watchmen verse? Like, is there anything else that you wanted to hint towards?
It'll be, so I guess close to the end of the year, it should be, you'll hear news about like spin-off series. One that I'm working on that you guys probably wanted from the beginning, because this one particular character was short-lived in issue 1. So they didn't get to see
I see the little hint.
Yeah,
I see the little
they didn't get to see enough of that one. So it might be a little background series. It might just be a short series. I don't know. Yeah, it might be a short series. So for now, it's going to be a short series until I see the reception of people when it does come out. It'll be another mini series, basically. Yeah, it'll be like another mini series. Until I see the reception, then turn into a full series.
So you're saying we need to be on the lookout for a new mini series that could be brewing in the near future.
Oh yeah.
Y'all heard that live, right? Y'all heard that KWay Weekend exclusive. Y'all heard it from the creator himself, Mr. Ringo, man, bro.
Oh, but also you'll see another mini series soon from a character in the Watchmen that introduces this character's own series.
Okay.
I think you know who I'm talking about. You should know who I'm talking about. It's,
I'm
the new character.
I'm the all-seeing eye here, bro. Okay.
Yeah, so you should know what I'm talking about. Yeah, the new series that's supposed to come out of this series. That person it's gonna be a mini series coming out. That might actually be included in the Kickstarter though.
That's dope. Hey, listen, you know what?
I might do it that way.
People ain't gonna know what we got going on for this Kickstarter because there's always some surprises in them Kickstarters. You know what I'm saying?
They don't know what I'm talking about.
Our Kickstarter's gonna be big. This Kickstarter's gonna be big, man.
Last time.
We might actually do this. I'm thinking about doing this Kickstarter for not just 2, but for 1, 2, and 3, and we just go all out, man. So,
for me.
Let's try it out, man. So y'all heard it first. The Watchmen Kickstarter is coming real soon. This year, y'all gonna get that announcement. But issue 2 of the Watchmen will be out this year. That's a definite. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's a definite. And I've already seen some of them pages. They're looking glorious, man. They're looking crazy. I can't wait till it come across my desk so I can do my little thug thizzle to it. You know what I'm saying? But bro, this been a dope interview, man. KWay Weekend's always, it's always gonna be a connection when the squad link up. You got the two-tone do-rag on, swagging them out here. No one else has came on an interview like that, so to be that confident with the two-tone do-rag on, I gotta show you love for that, man. You know what I'm saying? Nah, but for real, bro. Thank you for coming through, man. We gonna keep this KWay Weekend popping, and I believe they're gonna see you in a panel this weekend as well. So that's dope. Oh yeah, I got you in the panel. You just don't know it yet. And with that being said,
for shoving me in the panel.
And with that being said, y'all, we out of here. Hold on, wait. What's up?
Were we supposed to talk about like new works coming, or was that just for the Watchmen?
We only talking Watchmen now.
Okay,
allow me to keep cooking this pot, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. Nah, bro. Say your last piece to the people, man.
Bye.
Gang, what's goody? This is your boy B-, and I hope... What is goody? Oh my god, I am never gonna get this down. Gang, what is good, man? This is B... Alright, shake it off, alright? Man, I always ruin these. Gang, what's goody? This is your boy B-, and I hope you guys are enjoying your KWay Weekend. Not bad, I think we're gonna keep that one. Today, I'm sharing my top 5 Konkret comic moments. Starting off with number 5, or should I say Cinco, from my boy Andy Starboy. Nano suiting up, getting it popping in the freaking school hallways, fighting these new breed zealots. The tentacles coming out of this dude's chest, and the blood and the action. That's why it's getting on this list right here. Number 4, Odina issue 1. When Odina and Eclipse and Sister Asima got it scrapping in that tiny ass apartment. I mean, just picture Destiny's Child with superpowers in a cat fight. That's why this is on the list. Number 3, Decimation Earth, issue 1. When Professor Warren and Harold were going in that tomb looking for some artifact, and these 2 crazy ass looking beasts come through a portal. That shit stuck out to me. It's what the fears of your grandmother's basement are made of. Number 2 on the list is Acolyte, issue 2. When Vortex, Metalhead, and Brimstone came crashing down to Earth like Vegeta and Nappa did, and they wanted all the smoke with humans. That's why this is on the list. I love the reference and the inspiration for this. And for number 1, let me get my drum roll, please. We have issue 2 of Absolver. Right in the beginning, we have Absolver shish kebabbing and filleting these nasty pedo priests. Anyone that touches kids deserves all the disrespectful torture that you get coming to you, and Absolver did us justice, and that is why this is number one on the list for the greatest concrete moments of all time, in my opinion, of course. But yes, number one, baby, Absolver issue 2 right in the beginning. To be honest, there are mad other moments that are just so dope. I want to fit everything in my top 5. There's also projects that I haven't even read that I gotta get to yet. But yes, this is my top 5 moments in Konkret Comics universe or history, whatever you guys want to call it. Just let it be known that these moments are B- certified and that you guys need to go check these comics out. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your KWay weekend, and I'll see you guys later. Deuces.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to Konkret's first annual KWay Weekend. That's right, I'm Onaji Rouse, and I will be your host this evening. And we're going to kick things off, with the KWay Weekend kickoff 2022. So basically, what we're going to do is we're going to highlight, Black women, especially in their fields, the representation in comics, sci-fi, all the above. So how important is that representation? And my panel today is going to be some impressive women, and which I can't wait to introduce them. You're going to get to meet them and what they've been working on and what they are working on. So, let's go ahead and get it started. Bringing in today, we're going to have Carla, who is a creator. And I can't wait for you to get to know more about Carla. So, hey, Carla.
Yeah, I love that intro.
Oh, thank you. So, see, I told you I'm gonna take care of you. I got you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I can't complain. Amen. But I want to let everybody, know who you are. Introduce yourself and tell them, what you're working on.
Well, my name is Carla, but I will be known as JLK. That's a combination of my husband and my son and my name. So my name is JLK. I'm a wife, I'm a mom, a nurse, and a creator. I've always liked to read. I've always loved to read and immerse myself in a really good story. And even as a little girl, I found myself creating imaginary worlds in my head. But of course, especially as Black kids, that side of ourselves was discouraged.
Yes.
So I went a different route. I went into something more stable. I went into healthcare. I try to put food on the table, and I've been blessed. For the past 20 years, I've been in healthcare. These last few years as a nurse. But probably the catalyst that kind of reawakened that part of me was when Black Panther came out.
Yeah.
I think all of us kind of was hitting the head like, okay, it's time. So then I started back in late 2019. I started writing again, and my story, Moon of Maru, was born.
Oh, awesome. And I think when you said, especially with the emergence of the reemergence of Black Panther, it definitely kind of ignited, Black people hey, we could be in sci-fi, superhero movies, all that. So I think it brought this new wave of this explosion of Black creativity, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Mm-hmm. What is one of your all-time favorite books?
Believe it or not, my favorite book is Jane Eyre. I don't know if you've ever heard of that before.
No.
But Jane Eyre is a Gothic. I forget the genre name, but it was basically written by oh my goodness, I forgot the author's name, but it's a classic book. Mm-hmm. But the reason why I really love it is because it was written by a woman, and at the time, of course, women weren't really allowed to be themselves. Mm-hmm. They weren't really given outlets and avenues to express themselves. So through this story, the author really basically became this butterfly. And towards the end of the book, even though it was a fictional book, many people believe that this was kind of a parallel to her own life. And towards the end of the book, she became a strong, independent woman. So I've always connected with that story. And Moon of Maru obviously is centered on a woman who is strong. She's a superhero. So I've always connected with books that the woman realizes her true value.
Yeah. Well, that's dope. Okay, because I was about to ask you about too, like, Moon of Maroon. Like, tell us a little bit more about it. Don't tell too much, but just enough to kind of let them know, like.
Yes. So Moon of Maru takes place thousands of years into the future. Humans have migrated to other worlds. The heroes of old Earth are gone. So true to its nature, the universe has birthed a new generation of superhumans, and they're known as energy keepers. So Moon of Maru takes place on the planet Maru, the home of millions of humans united under Queen Luna's rulership, and Queen Luna is the main character. And then just after a visit from a stranger from the future, Queen Luna discovers that she too is an energy keeper, and she is the only one, of course, who can save her world from a threat that can destroy all that she loves.
Yeah. Now, I've personally seen some of the pages, people. I can't wait till you see them because the book is fire.
Thank you.
But now, what inspired you to really create? Now, you said Black Panther played a real big role in this. Was there anything else, like characters from other books or anything else that kind of helped inspire this character?
I think, well, Queen Luna has always lived inside of my head. She's always showed up in my dreams, but she never had a face. She never had a name, but she was always this constant fixture in my dreams throughout the years. And I don't know what that means. I just know that she's always been a part of me. And then with Black Panther coming out, and then when Beyonce did Blaque is King, and then you have all these strong women like Serena and Venus and Michelle, and I mean, I can go on all day, but all these women, and then including what was inside of me, kind of birthed Queen Luna. And then the other main character, the king of Maru, Blaque, is inspired by my husband.
Okay, that's awesome. You know what? When you said you saw her and couldn't put a face to her, that definitely spoke to like probably a lot of creatives when they have those visions of the characters of how they want it, in their mind, and yet they start to slowly build them up. So that's kind of dope. I like that. And also, Blaque is King is a dope film. Like, I loved that film. Like, that was a really, really good film. Now, with that being said, how important is it for representation in media and film and comics, especially not just for Black characters, but for Black women in general?
It's extremely important. We have women like Ava DuVernay already breaking down doors with her new show, Naomi, but there's so much more room for a lot more content. And when our children, not just Black children, but all of our children, when they see Black women in these superhero roles or these roles of strength, the narrative about us changes. And when the narrative changes, opportunities are created, and our children are free to walk into those opportunities and create better lives for themselves. So it's important to not just have women on screen, but also have women in the writing room, running production, and making the final edits. So I'm hoping that Moon of Maru can be one of those next projects to do so.
I see it becoming that, so I'm going to go ahead and speak it for you. So
thank you. And I know this is about me, but also you're doing good things too. You're doing
thank you very much.
So I know Adina's going to be I know that her world is going to be expanding soon too. So we're both doing it.
Exactly. Now, how do you feel about, with companies these days, really, I mean, I call it pandering, but they do the whole race swapping thing now when it comes. It's not like a genuine act when they kind of create these characters. It's kind of like, let's make it black. Let's make the character black, right?
Mm-hmm. That's a really good question. I'm actually divided on this because I really think it depends on the story. You have, and it really depends on the audience, because like, let's take the most recent example of the Eternals, right?
Mm-hmm.
The casting in the movie is completely different from what the original comic book characters look like.
Yeah.
But for me, I liked it because I saw more diversity, and I think that's a reflection of our world, and that should be parallel. That should be carried over into the superhero world as well. But I think that if the character's race is a part of their identity or central to the storyline, I don't think it's a really good idea. And I can't really think of an example off the top of my head, but with my own story, Queen Luna, she's Black and she looks like me. She has my skin complexion, and that is what is central to the storyline. Because even though I don't ever mention that she's Black, I want children, especially Black kids, to see that this queen is Black,
Yes.
not light skinned Black,
Yeah.
Black, with curly hair and big nose and big mouth. And I will never give up creative control when it comes to any adaptation of Queen Luna, because I know that she will be whitewashed. Unfortunately, we've seen so many times where the characters are of color and then they're turned into a lighter version of themselves. Yep. So I really just think it depends on the story, but sometimes I'm a fan of it, sometimes I'm not.
Yeah. Well, look here, I totally agree with you, because I'm not going to point to any characters they've done in Marvel Storm, but but I totally agree with what you're saying. So
I hope they correct that with the second Wakanda, the Black Panther.
Come on, I'm gonna need them pull up.
But, I hope they do. I hope they correct it, and I think because there are more Black people in the room now, I definitely see that happening. No offense to Halle Berry.
Yeah.
But
no, we love Halle.
We love Halle, but she has roles that she played in iconic roles.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Storm, and I think we talked about it, Storm is African. Like, she is a queen. It's just it wasn't Halle Berry. I don't think it was, but because it was it was the first time they did it. I understood the choice. I understood why they did it.
Yeah.
But now, 25, 30 years later, I think that we have moved past that, and I think that we know now that Black content does sell. Black Panther broke records, right? So made history, and even to this day, we're still mourning T'Challa. We're still mourning Chadwick. So we know it can happen. It's just a matter of allowing us to walk through those doors and sit down at the table.
Absolutely. Well, Carla, I want to thank you for coming on here with me today.
Thank you.
Just let them know real quick where they can find you at and follow you on all your social media platforms.
Well, I'm on Twitter at JLK_official. So you can find me on Twitter. And then I do have an Instagram page, but it's kind of dead right now. But if you want to follow me on Instagram, it's Stories with Moon. And you'll see my little Queen Luna as the profile.
Okay, cool. Now we're going to hold off for 1 second, and we're going to pull you back in later for our bonus round.
Okay. I'll be here.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you,
Carla. All right. Next, we are going to bring on is Ty, our friend Ty from Blaque and Kulture.
Hello,
Ty. How's it going, buddy?
Same thing. Amazing, different day. I'm super excited to be on here and hang out with you for a little bit.
I know. Thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, it's no problem at all.
Yay, we got time. I know that's right. Check this out. So before we get started, you know, we gotta let the people introduce you. You know, do your introduction. Tell them what you do. What's your spiel? You know.
Yeah.
What makes you Black in culture?
Me? Oof. Well, you know, of course it's this melanin that is extremely. That's really what I'm doing. You know? But hi guys, my name is Ty. Blaque in Culture. Essentially, I am a content creator / media personality. That's the best way to sound me out. And also, I do advertising as well as some other cool behind the scenes stuff with Konkret Comics, which I'm extremely blessed to have the opportunity to do. I primarily focus on amplifying and exemplifying and showcasing the amazing Black and BIPOC voices within the specifically indie comics as well as anime, whatever other nerd communities that are out there. And I just like making fun content regarding that. So yeah, that's what I do.
Dope. And she's the dopest at what she does, folks. So, you know. I'm just saying. I'm not being biased, you know, bro.
Stop. Don't butter me up. Don't turn it straight to a croissant. You don't want that.
Now, tell me, Ty, what inspired you to really pursue yourself in the creative content roles as well as also, you know, the other things you do? Like, what really inspired you to really pursue that avenue?
I knew I always wanted to be a part of like the greater nerd community. I knew I wanted to get my voice out there, and initially I thought I wanted to be a blogger, but the consistency with me writing was just really bad in the beginning, but I was just constantly inspired specifically by seeing these Black women in building their platforms. At the time when I was getting started, it was Black Girls Anime and Fantastic Frankie, and all of these different platforms were building their voices saying, hey, we're Black women and we like to do nerdy stuff. And for the longest time, the only people who had prominent voices in those roles were men. So I was just like, I want to do that, but I couldn't quite figure out what that was. So at first I was like, okay, well, I'll start a blog. And I just started Blaque in Culture, the blog, back in either late 2017, early 2018. And I started the blog Blaque in Culture. And I did okay. You know, I had a little bit of people coming in and getting traction. But I was like, you know, I'll just make one video. And then one video spiraled into me making media posts, me making original content. And the more and more I just kept creating, I was like, you know what? I just want to be a powerhouse. I don't know what that is, but I just want to be the inspiration for someone else to get their voice out there. Yeah. I want to be the platform for people to kickstart their visions so that people can see like, hey, I make content and this is the person that you go to. So it's a selfish goal of wanting to be popular.
No. It's okay. Look, let me tell you something. It's okay to want to be like kind of in the room.
Right.
You want to sit at the table.
Oh,
at the
yeah,
same
absolutely.
Time, or build your own table. I totally get that. You know, it's okay to say, yes, I want to be that boss.
I definitely do. And since starting on, you know, especially over the last 2 years, like my connections and my drive has really just doubled and tripled. And the more people that keep coming to me telling me that I'm dope, you know, I get feeling myself a little bit. I'm like, yeah. So my dreams and my goals and my aspirations, they feel very tangible and they feel very real. So I'm just super excited to be where I'm at right now.
Dope. All right. Now, quick question. Now I'm asking everyone this question, and this is also for you. How important is it for representation in media? And when I mean representation, I'm not just speaking like for Black POC or Black men, but also Black women especially.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly important. And I don't think that we notice how important it is until like the first time you see someone that looks like you on the screen and you're just like, oh my gosh, that's refreshing. She looks and sounds just like me.
Yeah.
The first time I was like, that person was me. I was watching Black Lady Sketch Show.
Oh.
And
I love that show.
It's just so great, you know, the plus size woman, all that beautiful curly hair. I was like, that's something I would say. That's me. That's me.
What's your favorite sketch? Well, first of all, that whole show is just gold. But one of the best sketches, I don't know, they have so many good sketches, but one of the ones that always come to my mind is the outfit where they had the same outfit.
Yes.
Like, they're trying to parent trap y'all up in here.
Right. It's so refreshing. And you never really know that you need something like that until like you see that person on the screen, and then you kind of look inwardly, and it's just like, it's almost was like a flash. I was like, man, I never really noticed there was nobody on TV that looked like me. I never really noticed that no one on screen had the same, like the way I talk, the way I walk. And it's so important for people to know that they exist, not only in their own lives, but also on TV and in media. I just think it makes you feel good. And because the world is as diverse as we all are, we deserve to see a reflection of ourselves in media.
Yeah. Now, do you feel we still have a ways to go in the industries when it comes to trying to get that representation?
I do. I feel like a lot of people, as you were talking previously, a lot of people do a lot of pandering, which I'm not really a fan of. I feel like if you're going to make content, I also want to see that content being made by the people that want to see it. If you're going to make, that's why I think shows like Black Lady Sketch Show, Insecure, things like Konkret Comics are important, because you can tell the communities that they're for, it's made by those people. Our hands are in it. So it feels authentic and organic, and it feels like us. So it's so good, man. Just yeah.
And this is the last question. How do you feel about? Well, actually, you already answered my last question about the pandering. Look at that, you are ahead of the game, Ty.
Just a little bit, I'd be up there.
Lord have mercy. But yes, before we go, let everyone know where they can find you at on social media, and also where they can find, all your social media platforms.
Of course. On Instagram, it's Blaque and Kulture Official. On most places, it's just going to be Blaque and Kulture. If you're interested in listening to me talk about comics, I have a podcast called the Black Coffee Comics Podcast. It's available on Spotify and most other places where podcasts are potted. So that's where you can find me.
It's just that simple, folks. Ty, thank you for joining me. Stick around because we have a bonus round that we're going to do. So stick around.
I'll be here.
All right. Coming up next, we have the Black Archaeologist. Hey, Brittany.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm good. Good to
Thank
be
you for
here.
joining us.
Thank you for having me.
What you say?
I said thank you for having me.
You can't beat me from thanking you first. I gotta thank you first, Brittany. Come on now. Look, I was gonna say thank you for joining me on this Saturday, and you already done beat me to it. But no, seriously, thank you for taking time out to come and join me. Now, we're going to first let you introduce yourself, tell the people what you do, and also what makes. I think that's it. Yeah. And we'll take it from there.
So, my name is Brittany Brown. I am a trained historical archaeologist, and my area of specialization is the African American Southeast and the British Caribbean. I am currently a professor of anthropology, and
she's a professor, y'all. I just want to point that out. She's a professor, and she's an archaeologist. So, I'm just saying. If that's not badass, I don't know what is. Now, what do you think? Now, what inspired you to get in your field when it came to being, an archaeologist? What really kind of was I need to do this?
So my career began in my hometown, and really, I guess what it comes down to is controlling the narrative about our controlling the narrative, who gets to write our histories, right? Who gets to tell our stories, who gets to control that narrative. And so that is what really draws me to anthropology and archaeology. It's all of the ways in which we can explore our histories and our stories, because unfortunately, right, a lot of, especially when we are talking about Black women in the historical record, right?
Mhm.
So where do you find Black women? You find them as captive Africans. You find them in logs as inventory, as property. You find them in uncomplexed ways, right? Like they just have to know. And so who gets to expand that narrative further, and who gets to shape that perception of who we are? And so that's what really draws me. Archaeology provides that alternative record where you don't have to necessarily rely on what is written about Black women in the past. You can go dig it up in the ground and construct a narrative that counters what has been written about us.
What's the most interesting thing you've kind of come across or found when it comes to this?
The most interesting thing to me would be historic cemeteries, right? So captive African burial grounds are the most fascinating. It's actually what my work has centered on. And so the things that we find in Black cemeteries across America is just so fascinating.
Okay, so you know I'm about to ask what are some of the things. I mean, this is getting interesting. Go.
So some of the things, so beyond like, of course, like coffin and hardware and that sort of thing, you find a lot of cultural items, particularly in Florida. You find shells, you'll find quartz, you'll find a lot of traditional West African burial practices preserved in these cemeteries. And then I think for me, one of the most interesting and I think complex things that I've noticed about Black cemeteries is Black people in the South and in the Caribbean, but my work is in the South, so they use the landscape a lot to mark burials. They use particular plants and things, trees and yucca to actually mark the graves. And so you have to sort of, if you're going to explore that history, if you're going to explore that culture and that identity, you kind of have to read the landscape. And so that's been really fascinating for me.
Damn. Look, you got me like, it's like, Okay. I mean, we could talk about this all day, but I have to ask, what really like, for like you said, controlling the narrative, especially when it comes to us.
Right.
What is the one thing that people kind of have the misconception of, history when it comes to Black people in the South, like you said? Do you think there is one?
I think there's a lot of them. Now, what's the biggest might be? Well, I think one of the biggest ones is that we don't have culture and we don't have identity, and that's just like we are very, very, very much the fabric of the country, from food to music to culture to language to all of it. So I think that's the biggest one, and I think there's a misconception about the resilience and economic power that people had historically and retain contemporarily. Like so many times we understand Black people as simply oppression, and they're historically and contemporarily, there are not a lot of highlights about us beyond that. And so we're so much more than our oppression. So what is it that Black people are doing historically outside, other than being oppressed? And so there is, I feel like, a lot of the misconception. Like nobody looks beyond that, right? Like you get labeled oppressed, or you fit into these sort of finite, archaic categories, and people never have anything beyond that. Which is why I feel like it's important to have places like Konkret Comics, where you are building the complexity of an individual, and we get to learn about them and their lives and who they are, and you get to showcase a lot of things beyond oppression. Not to say that oppression didn't happen. Black people are so much more than that.
No, I totally understand, because just to give you a quick example of when I went to the African American Museum in DC. And I'm in Atlanta, so when I went down there was one like section that I stopped at, and I saw that it was like the section called the New Negro, where it was like a revitalization of like this movement of Black people in the South, where they centered, and it was the same like right area of Atlanta. were like that kind of all flocked to, and I was like, it must be something about the energy of this place, but it kind of like propels Black people to come to it. So, and I was like, like that's why you kind of have the movement here where Black people want to move here, whether they're entrepreneurs, all the all the above. So I kind of get that what you're saying. Like, it's other highlights in our history that we can be like.
Exactly. And that's what people, I think, don't even care to look for, because if you just rule it out off top, you're not looking for it, right? Like, there's places like Atlanta, there's places like Jacksonville, there's places like Seneca Village, which is now Central Park, but used to be a thriving African-American community who had some socioeconomic status, wealth. Like, these places did exist. Jacksonville's first Black millionaire in the 1900s existed. So all of these things.
The book Kandaki I created as a kind of like a tool of teaching people this is actual historical time during Kush dynasty where these Black African queens were ruling a period of the city of Merowe, which is now modern day Sudan. So, and those temples in Sudan, they're still up. They're not as glorified as the ones in Egypt, but they're still like lovely temples. And that's why I was like, well, why don't people kind of, taking a note from this, like, this is history, like, but,
And that's what I love, because there's so many, like, I feel like nuggets in the Konkret comic universe that is like, first of all, Black people, we're not even talking about like African American, that's a specific culture, ethnicity, but Black people, Africa has the longest running archaeological record in the world. We're original man. So when there's so many things you can pull from in these different cultural identities, and there's so many places you can go to where you can draw on so much, and it's so fantastic. Like, ancient African history, we haven't even scratched the surface.
Nope. And it brings me to my next question. How do you feel, how do you feel the importance of that representation in comics as well as media, film, all that stuff? How do you feel like, is it really important?
I feel like it's extremely important, because when we look at the history, but also what's going on right now, right? Like media, and what we see through different media platforms and different mediums of media is, I think, one of the most, if not the most powerful tool in shaping people's perceptions of our community, but also shaping how generations after our generation will come to understand themselves. And so I think it's super important. Super important.
Super. Well, one last question, then we're gonna. So, how do you feel about the companies, when they do the pandering, when it comes to the swapping?
I feel like somebody's already said this, but I feel like okay, like, I don't want to stop an actor's check. I get it, right?
I get it too.
But if the identity is super, super, super important to who that character is in their story, like Black Panther, that just can't be anybody. You know what I'm saying? It just can't be anybody. It just cannot be anybody. I feel like it's a case by case basis. Like, you have to look at it. But if the cultural background is like very much a part of the character, like we can't just put anybody in there.
It's definitely one of them things where, like, if it's done, as long as it's done properly and not overly offensive, and it's been represented correctly. So I think as long as it's done correctly and not too much tap dancing, then I'm here for it. But that's a whole nother story. But before we go, I want you to let everyone know where they can find you on all your social media platforms.
Okay, so I only do Instagram, but you can find me at The Black Archaeologist on IG. And so
all right. Well, don't go, Brittany. Stick around for a bonus round. So
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for having me.
All right, and next we are going to bring in Chrissy.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
What is going on? on.
What's up? Now, Organic Chrissy, do I call you Organic Chrissy or do I call you Chrissy? Which one do you prefer?
You can call me Organic Chrissy. That is what I answer to that, and that's what most people call me.
I can dig it, sister. I got you.
Let's do it.
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for joining me today on this beautiful Saturday. My name is Onaji. This is our first time actually meeting with Konkret, and I'm the creator of Odina.
Yeah.
So I want you, though, to introduce to the world who Organic Chrissy is.
Oh my goodness.
A little bit sort about yourself as well.
Yes, I feel like I am a very unique addition into the comic book world. First of all, just a quick Reader's Digest version of who I am. I am a mother of twins.
Oh.
I was a woman who found herself at one point obese. I only stand 5'1" tall, but I was in a place where I was weighing close to 220 pounds for my tiny frame. And I knew I needed to do better for myself. I wanted to do better for myself, but I didn't know how. So after years of many failed attempts of trying to exercise or quote unquote change my diet, I finally hit my rock bottom, and I really dug deep, and I found my voice, and I lost 94 pounds naturally. It took me 18 months of literal blood, sweat, and tears, but that journey made such an impact on my life. It forever changed me. It was one of the top 5 most challenging things I had ever had to overcome. And I have been through a pretty much good ordeal in my life. And as a single parent, divorced single parent, struggling to work and do all of these things, I was able to rise up, get that weight off of my body. And at that point, I knew that my new focus in life had to be helping other individuals do the same thing.
So just real quick, you said you're a mother of twins.
Yes.
So single mother of twins.
Yes, boy and a girl.
A boy and a girl. And doing the damn thing.
Yes.
I know that's right, Chrissy. You better
It was a lot of work, but all of my life experiences really, I think in the end, that's where I was able to channel that strength to get the weight off and honestly become Organic Chrissy.
So what was, and that's a good thing, what was that spark, that one moment where you was like, I gotta change?
Like I said, after having years of failed attempts, and you have to understand, when someone sets out to try to make change and they keep failing, there's usually other underlying issues there that they're not addressing. That's why they keep on hitting that brick road, that brick wall, excuse me. So once I was able to start really tackling my other demons that I was carrying, my, failed marriage, the stress of being a single parent, other
internal.
Yes, all of those internal things. Once I was also able to deal with those head on, that I was able to then say, now it's time to fix yourself as a whole. So it was a lot of inner soul searching. No more making excuses. I would make all of the excuses in the world. We've all been guilty of it. But I had to realize, in order for me to really become the very best version of myself, I had to really dig deep and deal with those issues in order for me to move forward.
That is a testament. That's awesome. That is really good, because that's what a lot of people don't understand. It's like, once you start working from the inside out,
that's it. It's like there's nothing you can't do.
No. And that's amazing. That's amazing. So let's get into a few questions I got for you.
All right.
You ready?
I hope so.
Stretch first.
Let's go.
Now, what inspired your character? Your new Organic Chrissy. I was able to see a page. So, I was able to take a glimpse. I was like, man, I can't wait.
I know. I'm excited too. I would have to say, what I'm the most proud about my character is that working with Konkret Comics and Lonzo has been an amazing experience because he's keeping it true to who I am. You know, I'm not a character that's necessarily birthed from a different planet or have fire coming out of my eyes, so to speak. I am actually myself. I get to go into this situation promoting my character because it's who I am. It is the life that I live every single day. So when you go from being a obese, overweight woman who's just kind of shuffling through life. And may I say this, when I made my transformation, at that time I was in my late 30s. I'm now about to be 44 years old.
Oh, wow.
So to go from that, where pretty much you've already been counted out, to lose all of that weight and then take it a step further and say, now I'm going to enter into a male-dominated field. White men first, then black men, white women, then black women last.
Yep.
Okay? And come out of nowhere and start helping other make a similar life change that I did. That is who Organic Chrissy is. It is overcoming all of the odds. And to be honest with you, that is what my whole life has been. I've always been like, it's like people try to count me out, but next minute they know, I've passed them up. So that's kind of, that's who my character is. She's someone who kind of like rose from the ashes and literally turned her situation around and is now in a position where she is helping others to empower themselves as well.
And that's awesome. And I'm glad you said it, especially when it comes to black women. That brings me to my next question. Like, how important is that representation in not just comics, but TV and film as well?
So important. Representation for black women means so much to me. And I think that more people will realize how much is needed when we see more of those images out there. Sometimes you don't even really realize how much you're missing something until you see it. When I look at some of the roles, whether it is in Black Panther or other, even just in regular movies where you've seen that woman come in, that black woman and her role, whether it's a serious role, a comedic relief, it is so necessary. We need it. And for me to be a mom, a relatable person who works and did this, and to be able to say, hey, you can change your life. You can become tap into your inner superhero. You don't need to do it. Just by what you eat, how you exercise, how you train yourself. It is so important to be able to see those very pure images. And I'm excited to hopefully one day grow to that point where I'll be able to be that.
You will. Speak it for you.
Thank you.
Now, what for this industry, do you feel as though we still need to work on things as far as like getting those representations, and not just on the camera and TV, like we said, but also in the rooms?
Yes. A previous guest commented the same thing. Having us in the room and making the decisions behind the scene is just as important as being on the scene. Because I feel like when you watch something, sometimes you can tell, oh, there was some black writers in this. Keisha was back there.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that is so important. And yes, our voices need to be heard. Some people are meant to be in front of the camera, some people behind. Yeah. And I think that if we continue to move forward, that's why I'm so excited about my project. I mean, this is a black on black on black situation. As a black woman, having a black man help me writing a real black story, it doesn't get realer than that.
Black on black on black on black.
That's right. That's my theme song. Okay.
I'm here for it. Mm-hmm. Well, Chrissy, I want to thank you so much for joining today.
Yes.
And I want you to stick around because we're about to have a bonus round.
Yes.
So hold tight real quick. All right. So now we are about to have what we call my bonus round, where I'm gonna kind of give like a A/B type thing to choose for all the ladies. So we're gonna bring them all back in, and we're gonna do a quick little lightning round of this game called Which One? I wish I had intro music. That'd be dope. All right, no intro music or nothing, but you're just gonna get just me. So the point of this game is lightning round. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through each of you, and so when I ask the question, which one, you have to answer. So the first question is going to be Marvel or DC. Carla. Oh, you're muted. Carla, you're muted.
I'm new to this. Marvel.
Marvel. Brittany.
Marvel.
Organic.
DC.
Ty. You muted too, Ty.
Double mute. It's Marvel for me too.
Marvel. Okay, we got Marvel. All right, next question. Storm or Nubia? Carla.
Nubia. Although I just said Marvel, but Nubia.
Brittany.
We haven't seen Nubia yet. We haven't seen her. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Organic. Chrissy.
Exactly the same answer, Nubia.
Ty.
That's tough. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stick with my girl Storm.
Throw a bone.
I'm gonna have to stick with my girl Storm.
Okay, next question. Black Panther or Blade? Carla.
Black Panther.
Okay. Brittany.
Black Panther.
Organic. Chrissy.
Blade.
Say Blade. I was like, what? No. Okay.
Okay, 2 Black Panthers, 2 Blade. I like that. It's kind of cut. Okay. Next question. Girlfriends or living single? Carla.
Living single.
Brittany.
Why you do this? Oh, it's so hard. Girlfriends.
Okay.
Girlfriends. I'm gonna go with girlfriends.
Okay, Chrissy.
Living single.
Okay, Ty.
I had enough time to think about it. I don't. I'm gonna have to do girlfriends too.
Girlfriends. Okay. Now, here's 2 more questions. This one is Fresh Prince or Martin? Carla.
Martin.
Brittany.
Martin.
Chrissy.
Definitely Martin, for sure.
Martin. Ty.
Fresh Prince.
Are you feeling bad for these people? Is this why you?
No. I promise.
Okay.
Fresh Prince for sure. It's Joffrey for me. It's just I love the Caddy Butler.
Okay. Okay, this is the last one, and this is the last lightning round. So, Coming to America or Purple, the color purple? Carla.
Because one appeals to my the comedy in me, and then the other is like the emotional. But I'm gonna go with the color purple because you know she comes out strong at the end. So,
Brittany.
The color purple.
The color purple. Chrissy.
Absolutely, the color purple. That rise to the top. You know, that's my heartstring right there.
Mm-hmm.
Ty. I feel like Ty, you about to say Coming to America?
I was just like, gosh, darn it. Nobody else is going to say Coming to America because Color Purple was my amazing film. Absolutely. But I don't like crying during films. And The Color Purple, no matter what, it's the only film I cry to. So
it is.
It's Coming to America.
I'm like in tears by the end of that. I'm like, Miss Saley.
Every time. I can't do it. It's got to be Coming to America.
Yeah. I'm gonna do one more because that was fun. I'm gonna do one more. Thriller or Purple Rain, Carla?
You talking about the album? So
Yes.
it would be Purple Rain.
Purple Rain. Brittany?
Thriller.
Chrissy?
Thriller.
Ty?
Oh, it's Thriller. By far, Thriller.
Oh, so I'm the different one. Yeah, I'm
I
tired.
know you different one this time. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for joining me today. I want everyone to go around one last time, tell them who you are and what you're working on. And Carla?
I am Carla, but I will be known as JLK. And I am the creator of Moon of Maru, a comic book coming this year through Konkret Comics.
Brittany?
So I am Brittany Brown. I am a historical archaeologist, and I am currently transitioning to underwater archaeology. So that's what I'm currently working on.
Miss Chrissy?
Organic Chrissy. I am a personal trainer and a nutrition coach, and I have my Organic Chrissy comic book series coming through Konkret Comics this year.
Ooh, snap.
Yes.
Last but not least,
Lexington.
Hi.
Hello, I am Ty Blaque in Kulture, and I am working on several different projects, but most importantly, my two podcasts, the Good Culture podcast and the Black Coffee Comics podcast. So if you're interested in shenanigans out of the mind, or if you like hearing about indie comics, you definitely should check one or the other out.
And I am Onaji Rouse, and I am with Konkret Comics. I'm the creator of Odina, Sister Circle, and Kandaki. And I want to thank these lovely, beautiful queens for joining me today, for taking time out their Saturday and just being the backbone of our nation, as always.
Thank you.
We are out for this KY kickoff weekend, y'all.
Nice seeing y'all. Nice seeing y'all.
How you doing? Listen, welcome to the first annual KWay Weekend, where we are going to celebrate everything Konkret Comics. I'm your host, Jamil Lessie, the writer, the creator of Absolver, and also the art director of Konkret Comics. And I am here to introduce my first panel, and it is the what makes a character iconic. And I got a dope panel here with me, a dope set of guys here with me, and we're gonna have fun together. I'm about to bring them all on. Let's go.
What's going on, people? I am Jamal Dabney, author and creator of Blaque Comics. It's my first time as a creator. What some things that I got currently in the works is finishing production of my first book that I just ran on the Kickstarter, Blaque Uprising, Chapter 1. I have my second issue in the works as well, and we are just moving forward from that point. And it's good to be here.
All right.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? My name is Prince Hartsfield. I am a comic creator, specifically a Black-led comic creator. I am starting a whole new saga. It's called the Entity Saga. It is going to be wild. It's going to be crazy. It's a massive takeover. I have an ample of characters and things going on right now. I can't wait to share it with you guys. I'm so excited to be here. I've been a huge supporter of Konkret Comics since I found out about them, and they are actually a huge inspiration to me and what I do. So thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it.
All right, appreciate you, man.
What's up, people? I'm Lee. I run JuwasoGraphics.com, home Black anime streetwear where the artists always get the majority of profits on all work sold. I'm a writer of a whole bunch of unreleased things and an occasionally retired artist. It's good to be here.
Alright.
What's going on, y'all? My name is Chris Williams. Oh, we just gonna ignore that. They trying to sabotage me already. My name is Chris Williams. I go by C-Dub Arts online on my socials. I got a site, cdubart.com. And my main title is Summons Comics. And yeah, I'm working on a bunch of stuff as well. I got a bunch of conventions I'm going to. You know, you can check my Instagram, just cdubart.com. I'll have a bunch of lists of stuff there. And also look out for a new title called Tribal Force that I'm working on. An all indigenous superhero team. Like, I think the world's first all indigenous superhero team. But, you know, we got us represented in there too. Great stories, great creators. So can't wait.
All right, fellas. Nice to meet you guys all over again. So we're going to jump right into this, all right? The topic for today's panel is what makes a character iconic. All right? So the first question I have for you guys is, what makes a character iconic to you? Is it the setting, a time period, something they did or didn't do, or is it how they resonate with you and or others? Anybody?
Yeah, I'll take it first. For me, what makes a character iconic? I want to say like maybe the times and the periods from, you know, when that character originated from. So maybe like, you know, what was going on in the world at that time, and when that character was created, and like the impact he had on, you know, on his world, the world around him at that time. I'll say that plays the main part or a big part in the character's level of iconicness.
All right, Prince, what you got, man?
Well, to me, in my personal opinion, what makes a character iconic is simply what is weak about that character, whether the character is a villain or a hero. What makes that character more human, more relatable? What is his weaknesses? You know, anytime a character can show a form of, you know, humanity, I feel like that's when the character becomes more relatable, and I feel like that's what draws in more iconicness to me. Like, how are we taking this comic book character and making him more relatable to us in the real world? That's iconic to me, and I feel like that's what makes the characters iconic.
I like that response. All right, C-Dub, floor is yours.
I mean, it's kind of I look at that as kind of a broad question. I think you got to kind of go one of two ways. Are you either trying to do an iconic character, like narratively within the context of your story, like make him iconic to all the characters, kind of like build them up? Or are we talking about just straight up iconic across the board, where it's just a character that stands the test of time? I think that transcends setting, everything. Like it takes time to build up an iconic character. Like it's in the word, it's symbolism. You know, you look at a character like Superman, just to take one off the top of my head, like he's iconic for a few different reasons. And a lot of it has to do with like what he symbolizes to people. So if you want to make an iconic character, you have to establish almost a brand that for that character that I think you know, resonates with people. There's got to be some kind of virtue to them, and the virtue doesn't necessarily got to be, you know, the great, most black and white, you know, like super good, but some kind of virtue to that character that people, I think, resonate with and can relate to. And I think that's a good foundation for an iconic character, but it can go all sorts of ways from there.
Okay. and Mr. Juwasu.
He's me mugging right now. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, just.
I'm like, oh, did I say something wrong?
I don't know if
he's back. Juwasu, you good? You hear us?
Yes. Now there was a lot of popping. It was strange, but all is well now. I think an iconic character comes in their design. You should be able to look at a character and understand who they are based on their design. You look at Popeye, for instance. You know he's a sailor because he has an anchor tattoo. If you look at Broly, you know he's probably really powerful because his design is very gladiator influenced, and so on and so forth from any comic and animated character. So I feel the design should tell you about who the character is and what some of their strengths and weaknesses might be.
Okay. All right. I respect all those answers. I mean, I think everybody gave me personally, there's no right or wrong answer in that aspect. You know, y'all touched on every aspect of what the foundation of what and why a character should become iconic in the next sense, you know? So the next question, name a character, mainstream or indie, who you believe will become an iconic character. Now you cannot use your own characters. Just put some thought process to it. Just based off your question one, who do you believe? You know, just from that understanding. Jamal, you go ahead.
Okay, so who I believe will become a mainstream, an iconic character, indie or mainstream. Man, everything's got to pop. I guess I'll include this in my answer. Like when it comes to mainstream, like even like you said, the branding is even right. So it's like for example, like Superman, like Chris was saying, you gotta. It's like branding essentially to the utmost level to make sure that the logo's got to pop, the symbols got to be outright. Right now on the indie scene, it looks like. And I'm not just being biased because I'll rock with Konkret, but Acolyte looks like he'll be an iconic character, bro. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, something, you know, he's like a godlike figure with like, you know, and represents, you know, his people to a certain standpoint, and it's like that's the signs of a upcoming iconic figure. So I got Acolyte. From Konkret Comics.
Thanks, Jamal. Hey, so Jamal looking for cool points. He got like 100 points right here. Next, C-Dub.
I mean, well, you know, obviously, I think Absolver would be. No, I'm playing. Nah,
you always had the 500 points.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm working on my own merit. I'm just saying, I ain't throwing nothing out there. I'm just saying. But I mean, Jamal has a good point though. Like, you for instance, Konkret Comics. You know, you guys kind of built your own trinity of heroes there. I don't think there's any secret there. That's clearly done on purpose because that works. What you want to do when you have a brand that you're trying to create, you have some staple flagship heroes that you want to create. You know, you got your Superman, you got your Batman, you got your Wonder Woman. You know, like but make it yours. Like that's what you do to make heroes iconic, or at least put them in that same light there, that same kind of mentality. I'm gonna kind of cheat a little bit because I don't think he's there yet, but I think he will be, because my definition of an iconic character kind of has to do with like just how they develop over time, and that takes a while. It's almost like an evolution thing. You can do it yourself within a story, but to have everyone view it iconic, I think it's there. But I'll say Miles Morales. He's not there yet. He's getting there. You know what I mean? I think he's going to be really interesting to see how he fleshes out and becomes his own character, because I still don't think he's his own character yet. We're trying. He's close. But we need to kind of shove off the that kind of like try hard, in my opinion, this might be controversial, kind of like that try hard like cold soup film of like I don't know, I don't want to say forced diversity, but like maybe trendy diversity. There is a trendy diversity happening because I'm all for diversity and like on the real, and it has its place and we need more of it. But in mainstream comics, there tends to be a trend because that's where the money goes. And so when we start to shave that off of a character and they really become their own thing, then I think things get interesting. So I'll go with Miles Morales.
All right. And Mr. Prince.
Well, I'll give two. I'll give them, mainstream and indie. For mainstream, I definitely have to say, I think in the next couple of years, with Marvel being so developed, especially the cinematic realm, I'm definitely going to go with Shang-Chi. They're definitely going to try to push him. And first and foremost, that movie was amazing. They did a great job with kind of retelling that origin story. Me personally being a Shang-Chi fan from the comic books, I never felt like he got enough love. And I feel like now he's in the perfect position because, now they're redoing his origin story in the comics. And I think he's definitely going to become mainstream and put that good form of representation out for the Asian community. And, even me as a black man, I was like, this is amazing. Like, this is dope. That movie was really, really good. And I feel like if they can do it 2 more times, and I know he's going to be a part of the Avengers lineup somewhere, but I'm not going to get too deep into that. That's another conversation, but he's definitely going to become an iconic figure and people are going to love that. So I definitely see him up there. That's who I have for mainstream. For indie, I got to give it to my man, Brent over from Impound. And his character's name is Impound. Impound Comics, that character is doing really, really well. This dude even has his own little movie coming out soon. And I think, back, who was it that was saying about marketing and branding? With indies, with indie comics and stuff, branding and promoting goes a lot into it. And he just goes so hard with it. He has his own shop named Impound after his character. So if he gets exposed to the right person and he's already out in California, the perfect place to do it, in Sacramento, I definitely think Impound is going to be up next with the iconic figures up there in the Black community.
All right, Prince, I can respect that. And Mr. Juwasu, your answer, sir?
My answer is Cast from Clock Striker, which is a manga that's inside a Black-owned anthology manga company. And she has a really cool design. She has natural hair. She has like a cool robotic arm. And her story is really engaging too. So I think all of those factors of character design, backstory, and cosplay ability make an iconic character. And given that she's had so many issues, probably 3 or 4 years now to evolve, we've been able to see this story, this character grow. And that growth is where the iconism comes from in a character.
All right. Yo, I'm really feeling all these answers, fellas. Blow my mind with perspective and understanding of this topic, I mean, and it's nice to hear, how we all have, how we view iconic, differently. And there's no right or wrong answer. It's just mad love. I respect it. Really, truly do. So, next question. 10 years from now, in what iconic way would you want your characters or your story to be remembered for? Just based off all the questions you answered, like in what way would you want people to say my character's iconic because of this and the third? Juwaso, you go first.
Cool. There's not enough representation of African diaspora culture from members of those particular parts of the diaspora. So for example, we see a lot of Egyptian mythology or Egyptian history being put in play in a lot of people's comics. Them people ain't Egyptian. We see a lot of West African mythology being used in a lot of new character concepts. Them people generally ain't West African. However, with the Caribbean, there's a large group of Caribbean artists that are coming up now that are finally starting to put their history and their culture into their comics. There's a lot of Southern artists that started putting the history and culture of their areas. There's a comic called Philadelphia, which is freaking amazing. We even see some of y'all putting Newark into. Never in life did I think that New Jersey would be in the comic book until I read some things from y'all. So for me, the iconic pieces of my stories will come from taking pieces of Caribbean culture and identity and putting those into comics, and also sharing that culture with the people, because unfortunately when a lot of people get into a position where they can sustain themselves financially if they come from other cultures, they abandon that culture and embrace Americanness, which isn't bad, but it's very important to retain your culture and have something for people to go back to years later.
Ain't that wow. That's nice. C-Dub.
We're talking in terms of our characters that we're creating, or
yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess for Summons here. I'm representing. I guess 10 years from now, if things go the way I would like, there's one particular character in my comic. His name is John Farrell. He's a black detective. He turns to a werewolf. I have a lot of ideas that I want to explore with him, and not just like cool visual stuff, but I want to kind of go into actually some like some African mythology. There's some stuff tied into him because the Black Fang character. Not to give too much away, but I kind of wanted to tie him into kind of being part of a pantheon of forgotten African gods. And that kind of be a metaphor itself for I guess kind of like the struggles that we go through. And also I want to kind of use the werewolfism and lycanthropy as kind of an allegory for mental illness and passed down generational trauma. So I want to kind of normalize that a little bit. So I would like to think that in a decade from now I'll have some really cool stories that dive into that and at least scratch the surface, because that's a lot of heavy lifting there to go into that topic. I don't have any illusions about that, but that's kind of my underlying goal there with that character, and I got some cool stuff in the works, and hopefully I can push it and it'll be very iconic and very eye-opening, and just kind of get people to kind of loosen up and just with certain conversations I feel like we should have more within our own community.
Okay. Wow. Prince, man.
I said too much though. I shouldn't have said none of that.
Hey, listen,
that wasn't enough. You said too much.
Yeah, I could have said more. I'm keeping it shut though. Y'all go ahead.
All right. Hey, all right, Prince. I got nothing else to say, Prince.
10 years with my characters, especially from the Entity saga, everything that's going on with it right now, and me being me, of those of you who don't know, my major passion is directing and cinematography. So I want to take everything that I'm putting in this saga and turn it to the big screen. And my ultimate goal, or my end game per se, is to really be getting an Oscar for the film that's put together for how visually beautiful it is. And I want it to be iconic for how amazing not only the story is, but the acting is, and just really a hero story or superhero story told in a sense like no other, that has its own twist, that has drama, that has not just the action, because of course we love the hero movies and stuff for the action and what's going on to it, but its own twist that not even just relates to Black people, but relates to everybody, that is put in almost undescribable way, because that's how I really look at certain films, because again, this is just a cinematography and me talking, just turning the saga that I have into now and putting it back, like I said, on that big screen. That is my goal, that is my passion, that's what's driving me to keep doing this every day. So that's what I'm going for, and that's what I'm looking to do, and making it just iconic in that field.
All right, I like that. Mr. Black Bow. I already know your character, man. Go ahead, tell us.
Yeah, so kind of similar to what Prince said in a way. My story, and I think that because I kind of sense, being in this comic community for a while, man. Look, I definitely probably know the least out of like a lot of stuff in comics more than anybody. I came to comics late, so my thing is like 10 years from now, basically, I would want to be in a place where as though I've maybe even produced a film, a successful film, mad issues out already, and just internationally known for a character that I just created on the fly in my head. That was like inspired by what was going on in my circumstances at the time, and I definitely would want him to be heavily related, like basically have kind of like that Black Panther, cult like community following, bro. Like, just like the craze over Black Panther, but like how we all felt. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I went to see Black Panther 8 times, man. 8 times, man.
Nice.
So like, if my character can have that kind of impact on the community, that's where I want to be in 10 years. Like,
All right. Yeah, definitely. All right. Last question. Understanding why certain characters are iconic, like Captain America per se. What is it, or what do we need to have in a character in order for them to be iconic for our culture? I want to start with Prince.
I feel like
and keep it short. We'll get deeper on this one day, but try to keep it as short as possible.
I feel like it has to be, in my personal opinion, it has to be the villain. Again, going back to your first question, it has to be the villain. And I feel like a lot what goes into making a character iconic is the villain. So whoever he's going up against, that's what's gonna make him iconic. I feel like honestly, Captain America would not be that iconic if he didn't have like a Red Skull. That's just my opinion. So, like I said, it has to be that villain, and that's why I work so hard on my characters with the villains. Like, they're like that, not shading anybody else's, but I know my villains is top tier. They up there. They like that. I like them more than the heroes.
I can respect that. I'm going out of order here. Jawashu, go ahead. I saw your eyes light up when I asked that question. What's up? Hit me.
We need propaganda. We need ideology. Captain America represents American exceptionalism. He represents patriotism. Spawn is ironically anti-religious and yet very religious in his foundation. Batman is incredibly rich and yet constantly fights the rich and the poor at the same time. He represents vengeance. So if you have an iconic character, they gotta represent something people can connect to. The reason people connected to the last Joker movie wasn't because it was pretty and he danced in slow motion. It's because he represents the darkest parts of our brains as we're going through a mental health crisis in America. And we were fed a fantasy of the 1970s, which is the time that we glamorize, but at the same time, a horrible time in American history that makes us feel good for all the luxuries we have now. Connecting your character to ideology makes them stand forever, because that ideology is always going to exist in the human experience. And so if that's connected to your character will always exist and be able to adapt into whatever time period we grow into.
Oh, okay. That
was crazy.
All right, Mr. Black Bow, take the floor.
Nah, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying, man. Like, that's definitely, I think that definitely within like the terms that he was just explaining, like you definitely have to link your character to a situation that can be timeless, that people are gonna go through for, you know, just as long as we'll be humans, man. It's got to be something that's you know, maybe a timeless struggle, something similar, and something that people are going to be able to constantly identify with. So yeah, that's just dope, man. Man, you articulated that very well, you watch it, man. That was dope. That was dope.
All right, C-Dub.
I don't know, man. Like, Rasu over here spitting. I don't know.
It's bars, bro.
What you trying to do? What you trying to do? Trying to get a cipher going? What you trying to do, man?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know he was going to get that deep into it. But I'll piggyback a little bit off of that just to say that, I mean, if you really want to answer that question, you got to look at Captain America himself. Like, what does Captain America represent? And what we really talking about is, what does Captain America represent to white people?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're talking about our culture. You know, what would our Captain America be? Which I feel like is kind of part of the, I don't want to say problem, but kind of, because we're trying to replicate something that I don't really think works for us, because it's so rooted in a bunch of BS. That has kind of led to a lot of issues that our people are facing today. So it's almost like we probably want to go more towards a Spawn than we want to more towards a Captain America. Like I think that actually speaks to us more, our culture, more than a perfect person or whatever our idea, or whatever white people's idea, of a perfect patriarchal person is. Like, that was a guy it's all wish fulfillment. Comic books are wish fulfillment. So what is the epitome of Black wish fulfillment? That's where you go. That's where you dig in. I'm gonna keep it there, because I think that's a lot of thought there. And you said keep it short, sweet. I got a lot more to say, but we gonna cut it there.
Hey,
I think
guys,
that's a
listen.
chunk to chew on.
Listen, all dope answers. Yo, I think you guys killed it. I listen, like I said, guys, anybody want to follow up? We're going to go deep into this last question. I want to hold a live with all you fellas. I don't care how long the live is. We would definitely take the floor, and I want my opportunity to answer my own questions. Jesus, like y'all did an amazing job today, fellas. And because of time, I'm gonna get Lonzo mad and just ask one of my fun questions, just one, and then we all can get out of here and close up. So the question is, if you woke up and gained the ability of your character or your favorite superhero, would you A, be good, be evil, or evil as in anti the establishment? Just fast. Just answer real quick.
Anti-establishment already.
All right, Black God, love you. Prince, what you doing?
Oh, y'all gonna hate me. I'm gonna be evil.
You have your reasons, bro. All right, Juwasu, what's up?
I would be a menace. You're gonna give me the ability to teleport and expect? No, Jumper existed exactly the way Jumper existed for a reason. You're not gonna have me be able to go anywhere on the planet whenever I freaking want and not have chaos be brought into the world.
All right, what about you, C-Dub?
I mean, I feel that's a trick question, man. Like we all going to end up being perceived as anti-establishment no matter what we do. That already happens without powers. What do you mean? What do you mean? Of course, I don't want to do that, but it's going to happen. Because we already there.
So we might as well be evil. Might as well get into it.
That's what I'm saying. You might as well have fun. I gotta feed my family, man. Of course I'm gonna be anti-establishment. What you mean?
Yo, what you mean? Of course.
What you mean?
All right, so that's what we call it. That's what we call it. This superpower group, the anti-establishment. We got the menace. We got Black Vogue. Black's already in the name. That's what's up. Hey guys, I love you guys. I respect it. Thank you for coming out and showing love to Konkret Comics. And in my first panel, this KWay Weekend, fellas. Yo, thanks again. Take it easy. Reintroduce yourselves one by one. Keep it quick. Let everybody know where they can reach you. And then we out of here.
You already know it. Yep, you already know what time it is. Jamal Dabney, Blaque Comics. You can look up my stuff on IG, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube at Blaque Comics, man. And check out that website, blackbocomics.com.
And you can reach me at Entity Saga or my other Instagram, The Real Prince _ again, a lot coming for you guys. Ample multitude. Appreciate it.
Much love. If you like anime or comic books or dope art, go on to Google and search JUASO and you will find anything that you need.
All right, C-Dub.
You know, my name's right there, C-Dub. Put art at the end of it. C-Dub ART. That's my tag. Just anywhere, all the socials, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. You know, my website, cdubart.com. Just C-Dub Art. Google it. You'll see me.
All right. All right. And that'll be it, guys. Thanks again. Y'all take it easy.
Always,
and enjoy the rest of KWay Weekend, people.
And I'm here to tell you why I am a Konkret super fan. Let's go. I first heard about Konkret when they did their indie cosplay contest a while back. I saw their character Cosmosa and I fell in love. She looked so strong and powerful. I was like, I have to cosplay her. But I was working with very, very little time. So I used what I had and then I drew myself into the character. Art cosplay. Art play. Eventually, I was able to make the costume and they liked it so much, they invited me out to Atlanta Comic-Con to be at their booth and it was a lot of fun. Though, I'm pretty sure I scarred a kid with my contacts. I am a Konkret super fan!
I gotta introduce the squad I got in here today. Ty, what up?
Hi. Ty, Blaque and Kulture here. Yeah, that's it. It's just me. Hi.
And I got my brother here with me, Mr. Leslie. What's up, man? How we feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. What's up, everybody? Just ready to rock.
So y'all know what we watching today. We had a little conversation about this a few months ago during DC Fandom. I mean, it got a little bit intense, but this here is to dedicate strictly to this trailer, and we're gonna watch it, and after we're gonna put our little thoughts in it, give it a rating, and hopefully Jamil's head won't explode, and we're gonna go from there. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ready?
I'm ready.
Will ever be.
Let's get it.
Police! Hands up! Stay still! Get out of here!
Fear is a tool. When that light hits the sky, it's not just a call. It's a warning. I've been trying to reach you. Find the God! This is a powder keg. And Ritter's the match.
I can take care of myself.
If this continues, it won't be long before you've nothing left. I don't care what happens to me.
It's only gonna get worse for you.
Whoa, take it easy, sweetheart. Hear everything they say, ain't you?
Maybe we're not so different. Who are you under there?
I'm vengeance. What's black and blue and dead all over?
I got you! I got you!
Well. I'll say this. The music definitely makes it glorious as hell. You know what I'm saying? Especially that little ending part where he was walking up looking real Mandalorian-ish. I thought that was lit, but Ty, tell me what you're thinking.
This may not be my cup of tea. However, I feel like if you're a Batman fan, this probably was the most epic thing ever. I don't know. It just felt like, my personal opinion, don't nobody at me. I mean, you can, but don't come for me. This didn't provide me the hype that the music was providing the trailer. I wasn't enthused. I wasn't like, oh my God, this is everything I've been waiting for. I don't know. It felt almost too edgy. I felt very, it wasn't giving for me. And I don't know. I don't think I needed this. I think I said that before. I don't think this isn't for me. This is not for I don't think that this movie is for anybody who is tired of Batman or anybody who's looking for something new. This is a rendition of a character that you already are invested in. And I'm just really not that invested in Batman. So, and as far as the trailer, I think that this is going to be an amazing theatrical movie. I don't have any doubt in my mind that this movie is going to be well produced. The movie's going to look good. I think that they put a lot of love into this movie. However, the overall concept of doing a dark, edgy Batman, I could just go read the comics for that. I don't think I needed whatever runtime this movie is going to be.
Real quick before I jump into Jamil, so who do you think this movie is for, though? Like what is this for? A new audience, or is this for the audience that love Batman and been wanting to see him be more grimy?
I think this is for the old audience. I don't think this is for anybody new. And the reason why I say it's not for anybody new is because there's, for people who, for let's say, you know, you're 16, 17, you're just now getting in the comics. Like, nobody that of course they're going to be like, oh, this is amazing, but I don't think this is the jumping off point for them to get into a Batman. I think that this is definitely playing more towards these fans who've been asking, specifically DC, hey, I need you to get your stuff together. I need you to give me a product that I'm looking for. And this is to not only appease the fans, but say, hey, this is my love letter to you. I put a lot of work into this. This is for you guys. This is to cover up all the other mistakes that we as DC have made. But I don't think it's for anybody who's looking for something new from DC, because I think like I said, I think the movie is going to be an amazing theatrical release. However, me personally, if I were looking for something new from DC, like, DC has so many new ideas that came in the New 52, the things that they're doing now, like DC Future Force, I think is what it's called. I would like to see something like that get developed. Or, I mean, they're doing something with Peacemaker, even though I don't know how relevant it's going to be after, you know, the Flashpoint basically resets everything. But there's a lot of other concepts I would have loved to see DC pull out. Another Batman movie just was not it.
So, Mr. Leslie, she dropped a lot of bars there. She went for the jugular of, you know, people of your cloth. So, before we get into your, you know, response to Thai Black and Culture up there, what did you think about this trailer?
I loved it. I mean,
there it is.
Nothing else to say. I mean, me personally, I like dark and gritty. I don't mind seeing different renditions of anything as long as it's done well and done good. I mean, I grew up, my first Batman movie ever was a Tim Burton rendition of Batman. It was dark and gritty. So, and that's where Batman should have stayed. You know, growing up, once they switched over to George Clooney and Val Kilmer and all of that, to me, Batman lost its way till they brought it back to Christian Bale, and that was just a different take on Batman as far as like Batman. Like, that was the closest we've seen if Batman can possibly live in this real world. You know, it was just more of a, I don't know. I just think every take on every Batman movie has been different. And you don't, to me personally, you don't get this type of Batman in the comics. You don't get this dark, gritty, you know, willing to go this far in the comics. You know, it's, I don't know how else to say, man. It was a dope trailer. I'm excited for this movie, honestly, you know, and I feel like, you know, in comparison, you know, I love what Marvel does and how they do. So just to get a different spectrum away from the color and the brightness and the hype, and then you got this dark and gritty over. That's why I love everything Zack Snyder was doing, because it's just a different vibe, and I just love the vibe this Batman movie is giving off. Like, I love it.
No, so I think, you know, to the point in which we made with Ty's statement is that I think this movie is definitely for the older fans that remember the gritty side of Batman, that just want that. So, you know, for some newer fans that, you know, are of the newer generation that are used to a lighter Batman, this may scare the hell out of them. You know what I'm saying? But who knows, man? And we definitely gonna tap on this in another video, but I hope that they don't try to rush the Flashpoint, because I feel like that's much more bigger of a arc than just one movie can do. Like, you know what I mean? It would be ridiculous to try to cram that much information into the Flash movie. Like, some people might even know who the Flash is. For like new fans, they're just watching this new Flash movie. They'd be like, what the hell is this? Like, why is he restarting a universe? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's happening right now? So I'm curious to see that. When we see more trailers of Flash, we're definitely going to run into that. Probably do that on the next episode. But real quick, I want to know what y'all thoughts are about that whole Flashpoint thing. Like, do y'all think it should be done in one movie, or should they take their time with that?
I'm a bit weary of DC, and I say this as before I became a full-on Marvel lover. I loved DC first. DC was my first love. And I still love DC animation comics. I will still go buy a DC comic and I will still watch DC animation. It's just the cinematic universe. So I feel like I'm very weary of DC cinematic universe. I feel like I'm not sure what direction they're headed in. I want them to improve. I want them to get better. And I like the fact that the Flashpoint, I think, is their first conscious move in the direction of better. However, if I didn't even think about it until you mentioned it, but I do think they are probably just going to cram it into one movie. I don't think that, at least based on their track record, I don't think they have the competency to cut it up into two different parts, perhaps, or maybe they don't have the budget for that, or maybe that's not what whoever is the visionary behind the future of the DCEU is headed. I'm sorry, DCCU Cinematic Universe. I don't really know what they're going to do with this. I guess my only critique and my only hope is that whatever they do with this Flashpoint, as long as they are able to properly erase everything that happened, they have to be able to clear their slate. If they execute the clearing of the slate in a good way, which means that everything else that happened beforehand, they make sure that they state that is now in the past, that no longer means anything, and everything moving forward is the new, and now you have a chance to say, we're just as good as Marvel. Then I don't have too much to say because they did their job. But if they come out with that same energy, and then they have to double back and put out another 3-hour movie from the better director, I don't know. I'm probably going to be like, all right, DC, you had your chance with movies. I think y'all should wrap it up. Stick to the TV shows and call it a day.
No, I feel that, and I feel like if Flash is doing this Flashpoint, are they talking about, like, does this affect their multiverse? Like, are there TV shows connected to this? Is the HBO Max shows connected to this? Because if so, then that means everything is changing. The Harley Quinn is going to be different. Suicide Squad is going to be different. Everything's going to be different.
The Niobe TV show that they announced.
Niobe, everything's going to be different because they already crossed the movies into the Flash TV show already. So now, what are they going to do? But let's save a lot of that for the episode when we go deep. Mr. Leslie, same question to you. Are you afraid that they're going to rush Flashpoint, or would you rather them take their time with it?
To me, it don't matter as long as they do it well. They want to cram everything in one movie, then do a good job at it. If you want to spread it out, do a good job at it. At the end of the day, it just boils down to, how well can they execute, or how well can they do exactly what they're trying to do with this movie. To me, at the end of the day, you can't make everybody happy. Mm-hmm. And for example, Marvel Civil War, good movie, but better comic. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So the first time I watched Civil War, it did not live up to my expectations because I'm expecting. Once I see title Civil War, I'm like, oh shit, they about to go in. Civil War wasn't. It wasn't a civil war at all. It was like a brotherly and brother and sister fight. You know what I'm saying? There was not a civil war compared to the comic itself. But then, I watched it again. I'm like, this is a good movie. And I think like that's where I am now. I accept things for what they are, not what my expectations of this, that, and the third, and blah, blah, blah. They did a Flashpoint cartoon. They did it all in one shot. Of course, that was the animation. So. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure they can pull those off on the movie too. DC the thing with DC is whatever direction they're going, they got to be comfortable with it and stick with it regardless of what anybody else says. And I think if you're going to fail being DC. Don't fail trying to be Marvel because you're trying to keep up and do what they're doing. And I think, and me personally, I'm afraid that's what they're trying to do. Go out and be hype and bright and colorful like Marvel. Like, no, stick with your guns and keep it going. I'm not saying every movie has to be gritty and dark and slow. I'm just saying be DC and be DC. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's that. And I think that's the problem with DC. They get fickle and they scare easy right now.
Yeah, I feel like they're too afraid of what the fans are gonna say. You know what I'm saying? Just listen. They gotta realize we're gonna watch whatever they put out. You know what I'm saying? No matter what we say, we're going to the theaters to watch it, bro. So just put it out. If we say we hate it, we're gonna be right there the next time y'all drop something else. So y'all need to man up, buck up, stop bitching, okay? And make these movies, man. But real quick, my last question to y'all is, what would make this Batman movie a fail in your eyes? Let's start with you, Jay.
Batman. You know, Christian Bale was a great Bruce Wayne. He was a good Batman. You know, he has to carry, he has to be believable. Like, I kind of didn't like how Buddy punched the glass. It didn't, to me, when he
yo, you know what's funny, bro? You know what's funny? I thought about that same thing. I was like, why would he punch the glass?
Yeah,
like, why like, you know that you can't hit him. Why would you do that?
You know what I'm saying? Like, man. I mean, I know, and he's a great actor. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, Batman is the driving force behind Batman. You know, it's you know, so whoever takes on that mantle has to do an exceptional job. You know, because everything around him could be great, but like, to me, George Clooney, I could have dealt with that Batman universe. I just did not like George Clooney as Batman. I'm like, and I try to watch it in my adult life, and I'm like, it's the same thing. Like,
right,
I could deal with the concept of what they're trying, but they just picked the wrong person to play Batman. You know, Val Kilmer was a little bit better, but
right.
You know, it whoever carries that mantle, you know, it's he's one of those characters where you need the right Batman. Like when Superman Returns, I think he was a good Superman. It just was not the best written story, I should say. Like the dopest part when he was a ride and carried the plane, you know. But he was a good Superman in my eyes. So again, you know,
story got to carry it as well.
Yeah,
I definitely agree with you on Batman is probably the most important part of this. Ty?
I know it sounds like a cop-out answer. I'm sorry. I know it sounds like a cop-out answer, but it's Batman, bro. I'm sorry.
Ty, same question.
I feel like that there's a lot of validity to that. I wouldn't say you're wrong. Batman definitely has to be on point here. For me, I guess what would make this movie a success is as long as the movie is, I feel like, from what I'm seeing here, I think the movie is going to be entertaining. So I'm not really afraid about this movie. When I was watching it in fandom, it looks like they really did put a lot of love into this movie. So I really think this movie is going to be good, you know, as a theatrical. But I feel like when we're talking about what is going to make this movie a fail for me, I think if they, at the end, we get through all this grittiness, we get through all this introspective Batman looking, and at the end we get an ending that's lackluster, because sometimes I feel like the ending of specifically Batman movies, it's not really anything else, but specifically Batman movies, sometimes you get to the end of this great tale and I'm just like, all right, I'm invested. And it's just like, it falls flat. And you're like, this is where we end his grand tale? Like, the Batman? This is where we stop? I don't know about that. So I just feel like as long as they tell this story, and I definitely agree, DC is authentic to whatever this vision is. You know, they done already went and casted sparkly vampire guy. You know, I feel like whatever they're planning to do, they went all in on it. And I feel like they were there. So as long as they stay true to themselves and they provide me a great story from start to finish, I will say that's a win. Just don't cop out on me at the end. If you're gonna kill somebody, kill him. If that means old Catwoman gotta die, hey, listen, Zoe just had to die. That's just what it is.
She had to check out. Nah, listen, I love everything y'all saying. I feel like this opens up a whole nother can of worms for when we do dive in deep on the next episode about like just our predictions of what's going to happen with the DC EU, I believe it's called, right? The DC EU after Flashpoint. Like, what's going to stay? What do we want to stay? What do we want to go? And how can they revamp it? I feel like that's going to be a really dope next episode. And we went way beyond our 10-minute review point of this point, but it's cool. We're going to chop this up. Y'all got a lot of content to watch. Ty, Mr. Lessie, let's end this with y'all giving it how many Lonzo stars are y'all giving this trailer? Let's start with you, Ty.
Lonzo stars. I would actually give this a 9 out of 10 stars.
9 out of 10 of them things?
Yeah, I think it was overall a solid trailer. I do want to see this movie.
Mr. Lessie?
You know what? I have to agree. Watching this for the second time, when he punched that glass, it's like, oh my, I don't know, that hurt me a lot.
My man had a little bit of rage right there, didn't he?
You know what I'm saying? One of those, I could get raising your fist and just like, but like, I don't know, that killed it for me. So I agree.
Tell me where he is.
Definitely the 9.5. So yeah.
He definitely overexerted himself by punching that glass. Like there were. Why would he even be scared by you punching a glass? You know what I'm saying? So
it's the game of attrition. It's all in the mind here. It's not.
That's never a Batman move. Batman would never do that.
Yeah. My man just punching the glass because he can't control his emotions. Chill out, Batman.
What it is. Sometimes.
Chill out, Batty. Nah, but that's been dope. Y'all know what it is, man. We out of here. This is our Konkret Comics reaction videos with the squad. We got Ty, Blaque, and Kulture here. Mr. Lessie here. Yours truly, Lonzo Star. Make sure you hit that notification bell. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the channel. And we be back. Y'all know what it is, man. Keep it concrete, y'all. And talk heavy. I love that groove, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, brother.
I'm all about it, man. Groovy.
So what's up, everybody? We are back again. Y'all know what it is. It's KWay Weekend, where we're getting in tune with all the creators and the writers of Konkret Comics. All the big dogs have came out to play this weekend. This is our first annual KWay Weekend 2022. We're gonna have a ball today, and without further ado, y'all see who I have here. One of the legendaries of Konkret Comics, my man, Danny DeCalvo. How we doing, bro?
Yo. Hey, bro, what's good? It's amazing to be here. Always a great time. Always happy to be in your trollish presence. Yeah. This is the man who really brings out the troll in me. So there's gonna be a lot.
Bring out the troll in all of us, man. Hey, man, everybody got a little troll in them, right?
You do, but you got like especially evil energy. Like,
I do,
right?
I do,
there.
but I'm kind of like Null, you know what I'm saying? And I just send out trolls.
You're more like Dr. Evil. Like that's
Evil.
your level of bad. Like
if I'm Dr. Evil, you're like, definitely You're definitely Dr. Robotnik then, okay? I mean, I'll take it there. But no, man, before we even get into what we're doing, how you feel about all the new things going on with Konkret, man? You know, this new platform, we're doing live videos now. We're blogging, we're doing all kind of things, man.
It's the evolution. It's not unsurprising that we're here. It's awesome to see, but it's not surprising because the growth and the work that has been going on behind the scenes and everything that we're doing, all the new books, all the publishing deals that we got going on, the work that we're doing with distribution and like not only the production aspect of the comics, but also the media aspect of it now. Like, we've been doing lives for a very long time. This just feels like the normal next step. It was only a matter of time before we got to be doing bigger events and bigger things with our fans. And it's just, I mean, it's also for the fans. Like, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them and if it wasn't for the massive love that they got for us.
Oh yeah, so, for sure.
100%. This you know, we saw it coming, man. It's all the result of all the hard work that we've been doing behind the scenes.
And there's so much more coming, man, because we're diving into a lot of new avenues. We've created a lot more space in our schedule to be more active with the community that supports us so lovingly. So I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy you're here, man. And with that being said, for the people that may not know who you are, please feel free to expand upon your luscious reputation.
So my name is Daniel DiCavo, everyone. I'm also known as the Hair of Konkret. It used to be Lonzo Star, but he resigned when he couldn't grow hair. Yeah, Whoa. So Daniel DiCavo, writer and creator of Andy Starboy, Tannock, Got a Fire, my newest project with Konkret Comics. I was also the editor-in-chief of Konkret from 2020 to January 2022. Editor of Acolyte, Absolver, Odina, The Watchmen. I worked with basically all the titles. I've been doing a lot of other stuff, worked with a lot of other people. So it's always amazing to be here, man. I'm very excited to start this conversation. Konkret is a big part of who I am. It was my first introduction to working in comics professionally. And it's a company that I have close ties with that is like, I'm connected to Konkret in the same way Dwayne McDuffie was connected to Milestone, or in the same way Stan Lee was connected to Marvel. It's just you when you look at Daniel DiCavo, Konkret is part of my identity as a creator and as a person. So I'm very excited, man. It's an awesome thing.
That's very well said, man. And sadly, we did make this announcement. It's a glorious send-off because to start off with a company, at ground level, and to achieve, the accolades we've achieved under your watch, under my watch, and you being so young, fresh to the States, to do these things, it's a glorious story, man. And I don't even, if I can recall, you had no plans on being an editor-in-chief or anything like that, right? It just fell upon you at that moment. So how was that experience as an editor-in-chief, and what were some of the challenges that you faced as Konkret Comics editor-in-chief? Dealing with different personalities, different books, different titles. Like, what was your daily or weekly like?
So, as editor-in-chief of Konkret, a lot of it was promotion, dealing with submissions, working with all the books that were coming out, making a lot of schedules, writing a lot of emails, talking to a lot of people, having to deal with your trolling ass, like that.
All day, bro. That's all I do.
All day, sadly. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's an amazing experience to be, like you said, at the ground level. Like, when I got into Konkret had not published any books yet. Like, we were working on making the first 3 books. Acolyte, Absolver, and Odina were our first 3 books, I think. Issue 1s. and it was working on making the scripts good to go, making sure there were no typos, doing spell check, making sure that it was good to go into production, and making sure all the books read well, reviewing all the text that was published by the company on social media, on Kickstarter, everything, working on managing campaigns, writing announcements, all that kind of good stuff. You're basically, as the editor-in-chief, you're looking at everything that is written in the company and that is put out to the public. You're the first person it goes through before it gets to the public. So if it's a social media post, you got to look at it. If it's a book, you got to look at it. If it's anything. And sometimes that means look at an idea for a book and making sure, okay, this works, or maybe this doesn't work, or maybe we don't want your idea at all.
Right.
To just checking out an announcement or an important announcement or a lettering thing or something that you're doing. So there's a lot of work. I mean, you are basically also part of the face of the company too. It's not only the CEO, but when you become the editor-in-chief, you're also representing the company and all the books at the same time. So you feel like, besides the books, in my case, I'm a writer as well. So besides the books that you write, that you're representing, you're also representing all the other books that you worked on as an editor.
Right. Yeah.
Because you're working closely in every single step of production. So, and I did that with basically all the Konkret books until very recently. And I still do it with a lot of the Konkret books.
Yeah,
So,
still here and not here at the same time.
Exactly. No, it's an amazing thing. So it's a lot of work, without a very set schedule. But it's been amazing, and it's been a very formative experience for me as a creator, as an editor, and as a comic book pro. This is how we get to this place.
Yeah, man. A lot of people they hear the title, they see the title, they don't know really what it entails, man. And you were a very intricate, and you still are a very intricate piece to this whole puzzle that I see in front of my face. And you were one of the pieces I put right in the middle, and I started building around that. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people don't see what I deal with, but you saw it more than anyone, how much was going on and moving pieces. So at times when I was over here, you were over here doing this, I'm over here doing that, and then we come together with the plan, and then boom, it's the pie. Let's give it to the world, you know what I mean? Or this and that. You're looking over the creative aspect. I'm handling the business side, making sure this right, that right. Then we come back to the table. It's so many times we had to come back to the table over the same thing over and over again just to get it right. And I appreciated all that, man, because it is just a lot of work. It could be fun at the same time. And as you said, us trolling each other, doing what we do.
Yeah.
And also working with some great people, man. Everybody in Konkret is just such nice people to work with. Minus Lyle and Jamil are a little crazy, but you know what I mean? I'm saying,
Jamil at least is quiet. Lyle though, Lyle is a monster, man.
Lyle was the last person they should have gave an award to, man. Lord have mercy.
Lyle is like the Antichrist. He just comes over and just like demon vibes, demon trolling.
Lyle is definitely he's not a demon slayer. He needs to be slayed. You know what I'm saying?
He's the demon.
Yeah, but no, man, it's as you know, while we kick off this new 2022 year, I'm excited for the things that you haven't even told the public yet. Some of the things that you shared with me, I'm super excited to see them unfold and see how this world just bends at your will. You've been a very vital piece to the story of Acolyte, and we receive a lot of love from that as well. And that's thanks to you being behind that. Andy Starboy's a fan favorite. We get a lot of love from that. And now you just dropped a new banger, which we're gonna tap on as soon as I close this little thing out. But bro, like you whoever steps in this editor-in-chief spot after you has some big shoes to fill, man. Very big shoes. I don't know if you realize that. They have some really big shoes to fill. Underneath your belt, just to name a few, you dropped two books. You've overseen about 10 books. You got what? How many nominations did we get? What was that, like 8 or 9 nominations that year? Like 9 nominations, I think. And then the following year we got the 2 awards. So you got nominations, 2 awards. We did book signings. We did a lot of things, man. And that was all in that 2.5 year span of when you were editor-in-chief, bro. So that's some big shoes, brother.
It is.
Do you have any advice for the future editor-in-chief of Konkret Comics?
That's a good question. I think focus on the quality and not so much the quantity. And don't be afraid to tell people they're wrong. Also, another main thing I think is, and this is something that I tell to everybody that I work with as an editor, I'm not here to tell you how I think the book should be. I'm here to help you make the best book you can make how you want to make it. I'm just here to guide you in that process and work in making your dream book, not my dream book, yours. So definitely work with the creators, not over the creators, not for the creators either. Work with them. You're a partner. An editor is a partner. An editor is a guide. Sometimes it's a teacher. So definitely, be very patient because you're gonna deal with a lot of typos, a lot of things. You're gonna have to go back and forth a lot. You need to have good people skills. You need to be patient. You need to know the medium and love the medium and be passionate about the stories. And in the case that a story is not passionate, you're not passionate about the story itself, be a pro and find a way, because every story, I believe, has something for everybody, even if it's a character or some dialogue or whatever. And you can tap into that and you can help make that story more of a success. But yeah, it's basically that, be a nice person, learn your stuff, know your stuff, be confident, and be a good collaborator. Be a team player. Don't think of being, either the boss or the subservient. Be a team player. Be at a level playing field with everybody.
Bro, you couldn't have said it any better. I'm definitely going to be cutting this segment of the interview, blasting it all over YouTube, because what you just dropped was some gold right there, man. You know what I mean? And for a lot of new creators that don't know what it's like to work with an editor, I didn't know what it was like to work with an editor. I learned this process along with you, doing what we're doing, because I never worked with an editor before. And even for the creator, be patient, man. You know what I'm saying? And don't be afraid to be told something might be trash, because not everything you write is good, man. Some things you got to take out. Daniel has told me, take that out. I'm out of there. And I dealt with it. I didn't have no ego. I may have gave you a little argument, but if you tell me the reason why you said that and it makes sense, I'm not gonna go against that, because I know at the end of the day you're telling me just to get the best product I can, and that's how you gotta look at it. So for all you new creators that are watching this and looking for to put out your first book, look for an editor that said exactly what he said. You know what I'm saying? Exactly that, bro. So with that being said, thank you for everything you've done for Konkret Comics, bro. And we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it concrete. We're gonna keep it moving. They're gonna see your name on all my books. It's always gonna be there. So it is what it is, man. And now let's move on to this new stage of your life, where you just you just finished a Kickstarter, didn't you?
Yes, sir. We just finished Tanok Got a Fire, the new IP coming to Konkret Comics, written and created by me. Lots of amazing it was an amazing. People pulled up, and they really supported. They really loved the book. I mean, every day I was looking at the campaign and going, wow, I can't believe like people really went and just showed some crazy love for this story. My personal goal was to make 5,000. That was like my goal, right? I want to make 5,000 with 150 backers, and we ended up making 7,300 with 185 backers, something like that. It's like you really went above and beyond what I expected, and it's definitely it changes the way you look at books. It changes the way you look at your own writing as well. It gives you a lot of that's the stuff. It gives you a lot of
stuff right here, bro.
Yeah, a lot of confidence in your art, a lot of confidence in the product and the brand. Just look at that. It's glorious. I mean, it's also a team effort. It's not just me. It's also the amazing creative team behind it. You, on the publishing side, my art team, Serge De Lima, Mateus Hub, my letterer, Mason Solimine. A lot of people who really went and just did some amazing work to create this beautiful book that people will be experiencing. So, now I'm no longer editor-in-chief of Konkret, but I remain as an editor, and I am going to be full-time writing and creating, and Tenok is that first property that I'm going to be developing full-time for Konkret, and working with Konkret in making this a franchise and making this one of the smash hits in comics and other media in the future.
Bro, and I would say, man, you know what? Before we even tap into that, so we started off doing Kickstarters kind of as a group. Konkret Comics was dropping multiple books, blah blah blah. Then last year, I said, all right, y'all, it's time. Everybody's on their own now.
Yeah,
we started doing solo Kickstarters, and boom, boom, boom. We dropped The Watchmen. You saw that, successful. Acolyte dropped out there, successful. Dina dropped out there, successful. Then up next, it was your turn.
Yeah.
What was the feeling like before we dropped your Kickstarter? Like, were there nerves? Were you anxious, or were you just godly confident? Like, I ain't worried about nothing.
Nah, I was nervous. I knew the Kickstarter was going to fund. That was never a doubt in my mind about that. But I wanted to see how much can I push this? How far can we get? How far can we get this property? And so, that's when I went heavy on the promotion. I went on paid ads. I went on every single group on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, just posting all the time, every day, spamming people with the Konkret, with the Kickstarter. I was not nervous in the way that I didn't think it was going to be successful. I was nervous in the way of how successful can I make this be? So I made that my challenge. I was like, I'm going to challenge myself to get to that personal goal of 5,000 with 150 backers.
Yeah.
And so for the entirety of the campaign, I was fighting for that. I was fighting for, okay, now I hit 5,000. Every day, my goal was every day I need to get at least $100 more. So every day I was working towards that. I was working to, okay, I'm promoting. Every day I'm going to get $100 more and at least 5 new backers.
Right.
Every day I'm going to do this, boom, 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 boom. And that amounted to the success that it has. So I think it's not so much nerves. And again, I always say there's no such thing as a self-made man. The team that worked with everything, the publisher, Konkret, you, everybody that worked in it, are also vital in the success of the book. But I think that the confidence that I had in the project as the creator and as the face of the project as well, I think that was instrumental in making it a success, because there was not a single time in which I showed myself like not thinking for a minute that this project was not going to fund. I didn't have a single thought in my mind. I was like, this project is going to be a success and I'm going to make it a success.
Yeah. And that's what happens when you manifest, man, and you keep that confidence, bro. And I feel like too, you've seen these Kickstarter monsters before. You've been in, how many did we do now? What is this?
This is
How
the
many
sixth one, I think. Is this the sixth one? So we did the first one in 2019.
Watchmen, Acolyte, Odina, yours. Yeah, so six Kickstarters. So you've been in the fire, you've seen it, and I think the Andy Starboy one was the first one that you were like involved in, where it had a title of yours, and you saw that thing pop up and go crazy. Then you saw Watchmen do crazy, the Acolyte, Odina, so forth, and I was very confident in this product. I knew it was going to stand out automatically. I read the story. I knew it was great.
Yeah.
The story is phenomenal. You're already a fantastic writer. So I know when people read it, man, they're already going to be hooked. And I'm excited for the people to get it, bro. It was a dope journey, man. And a lot of our talks before the Kickstarter launched, of us preparing and making plans, a lot of that stuff matters, because once you set the plan and we know how we're going to promote, how you're going to do things like that, you just stick to it. And that's really all it is, man. Staying consistent, sticking to it, and don't think about 100 backers. Think about a couple a day. That's it. A couple a day. Before you know it, you like, damn, I got almost 200 backers on.
Exactly.
I don't do this. So there's so much planning goes into Kickstarters, and I definitely want to, like, on a later show, or maybe on the Talk Heavy podcast that's going to be coming out real soon. We definitely going to talk about Kickstarters and just the do's and don'ts. You know what I mean? Even the way you price your products and plan for shipping, you plan for everything. It's so much that people don't realize that goes into this Kickstarter stuff, man. And once you get the key, once you know the key, though, it's cool. It's simple.
It's a science. It's a science as anything, like marketing, publishing, everything. It's a science. It's about numbers. It's about planning. It's about having the right team, picking the right time. Yeah, it's all about numbers. It's all about the science. It's all about the technique that you're going to use. So it's definitely the planning. I mean, you're the master at that planning. You're the mastermind behind most of, if not all of our layout when it comes to Kickstarter and rewards and everything. So 100% a big part of that is you. So
I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, man. And to be honest, our biggest villain of this whole thing was the algorithm.
Yeah,
that was the biggest villain, man. And so I remember before we launched Kickstarter, I was telling you, like, bro, the algorithm is crazy right now, bro. It ain't being friendly to us. And once you got in it, how did you feel about that algorithm, man?
The algorithm is a horrible thing, but the thing is that you got to stop thinking about the algorithm and just put stuff out there.
Exactly.
Regardless of how many people are going to see it. I think sometimes we focus too much on the numbers, and I think we talked about this before.
Yep.
That you can post something, and just because people don't like it or don't heart it or don't react to it, that doesn't mean people are not seeing it and are not clicking on the link.
Yeah.
So what I did was I decided, okay, maybe I don't get even 5 likes in this post, but if 100 people see it, that means that 100 people in the planet, and we say 100 people like it's a small number because we're looking at it through social media, but 100 people, that means 100 human beings.
Yeah.
That is 100 human beings are connecting to what you got to say, they're connecting to they're looking at what you're putting out in the world. So if every day for the 30 days of the campaign, every day I was posting the Kickstarter, and I was doing like 15 Facebook posts every day. In different groups, in my own page and everywhere, posting on Instagram, posting on Twitter, going on Twitter threads, just posting there and like going ham on it. So it's not, it's not so much, you got to stop thinking about the algorithm. The algorithm is always going to be against you. Unless you're paying.
Trash. Yep.
The algorithm is going to be trash. The algorithm is going to hate you unless you're like a big company with millions of dollars are paying the algorithm to show your product to people. So what you gotta do is you gotta focus on the place. You gotta focus on quality over quantity.
Yeah.
So one thing that I did, and I recommend people to do this. I think that this is more of a conversation for when we do the episode on Kickstarter on the podcast. But just like a quick thing here, I did on the first week of the Kickstarter, I did a preliminary round of paid ads.
Yeah.
So I did paid ads on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And it was a very general ad, just, targeting everybody and seeing who reacts to this, who really gets to see this, who really clicks on it, who really likes it. And the good thing about the ads is that they gather information about everybody that is personal information, which is both a good and a bad thing. Good if you're a business, bad if you're an individual. So they gather information, right? So by the end of that first week, I knew, okay, so the people who react to these ads the most are men between 25 and 50 in California.
Right.
And then I did another round of paid ads that was focused exclusively on that demographic. Mm-hmm. And I was as specific about the likes of people because it lets you pick people who like X-Men, people who like this and that.
Right.
And I picked the most specific things so that it would show the ads, because it's about getting the product in the eyes of the right people, not in the eyes of everybody. Because if you're talking to everybody, you're talking to nobody.
Exactly.
So it was about that. And after that, it blew up. The Kickstarter blew off the water because it was about knowing where your audience is and talking to them specifically. And I stopped focusing so much on Instagram, stopped focusing so much on Twitter, and just pushed all my efforts, like my biggest efforts, on Facebook. And that's where it produced the biggest result. And even when you look at the analytics of the Kickstarter, that's what you see. You see that the vast majority of people that backed it came from Facebook. So, it's just about that. It's just about planning. It's about numbers. It's about studying your craft and the business side of it and the promotional side of it. So,
planning and numbers, man. And, while you were going ham, I know I was hitting you like 3 a.m, like, hey, bro, I just got 1,000.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I just got this. But it's because it's a lot of the things, like, that's the good thing about when you have 2 people, right?
Yeah.
And if you have more, that's even better. But if you got 2 people, while you're the face of the project, so you're doing most of the in-front stuff. While I was sending out emails, I was putting in an email blast, I was on Twitter, I was DMing people, doing these little things like that, man, and going live, talking to people. So we were using every single tool we had to bring people in, and we were talking directly to the people that support Konkret. Like me, I was more so going for the audience we already have. I was looking at them like, okay, we got a new book, come check it out. So that's when going live helps a lot. That's when getting in them DMs on Twitter and IG, stuff like that, all that helps a lot, man. So it's so much you can do on the social medias without needing the algorithm to help you. If the algorithm helps you, that's fine, that's great. But you always got to remember the algorithm can shut you out at any time and just be like, we're only going to show you a post to 3 people. That's it.
Because the algorithm, and this is in the realm of a little bit of conspiracy theories, but I don't think the algorithm is there to provide you with positive content. The algorithm is there to provide you with a lot of negativity, with a lot of, consumerism, BS. Lots of bad news,
violence and bad news, and in fear mongering, right?
In fear mongering. And when you're putting out something positive to the world, like, hey, here's a comic book about indigenous culture and history, and you're going to learn a lot of cool stuff, and you're going to support a small business and a new creator and stuff like that. The algorithm doesn't want to show that because it's positive. And I think that if it's not violence or negative or sex or something like that, the algorithm doesn't really work hard to put it in the eyes of people. So it's on you to fight and not let
fight through.
Instead of just tossing stuff out there and hoping the algorithm is going to show it to people, you got to be very specific about who you want to show it to.
Right.
and use that for your advantage. You know, you gotta take control. You gotta seize control of the content that you're putting out there, and just be conscious about it. You know, and maintain a good energy. Realize that the numbers on social media are not a reflection of the quality of your product or the quality of yourself as a person either. You know, because there's a lot of that. You know, there's a lot of people who get very frustrated, like, oh, people are not liking my posts and stuff like that. And it's just, you know, that's not the reality of why things are successful or why things matter. You know, it's definitely not an accurate reflection. So, the algorithm is trash, and we beat it. So
we beat it. We've been beating it. We ain't worried about it, man. At the end of the day, as long as we can get our product out, that's all we're doing. And by any means necessary, we gonna keep it concrete during any platform, man. And you know, we went a little bit over how long we were supposed to go, but I told you before we started, you know, the conversation gets good, man, and we just started getting it in, man. So this is my last question to you, and I wanna leave it off here. Where do you see yourself in over the next 5 years, man? Like, what are some of those milestones that you're trying to hit?
My goal has always been being at the top of the food chain when it comes to writing. So hopefully in the next 5 years, I will be represented. I will have a manager, an agent. Will have put my first novel out. Will have sold my first screenplay or TV. Will have worked with several publishers, you know. My ultimate goal is to be a #1 New York Times bestselling author, or an Academy Award winning screenwriter, or you know, an Eisner Award winning writer. The thing is that, and it's something that I always thought, if you aim for the stars, maybe you don't reach the stars, but maybe you fall on the moon, and the moon is still high up, baby. You know, so
it's high up there, bro.
It's high up there. So you gotta aim for the stars, and even if you don't make it to the stars, you're still gonna make it further than people who are aiming for, you know, the corner. You know, like you gotta aim higher than everybody else in order to achieve things that are higher than everybody else's. And it's not about competition with other people. It's about competition with yourself. So I'm always aiming higher. Every day I'm doing new things. Every day I'm working on new things. So that's the goal, man. In 5 years, I don't know where I'm gonna be. All I know is I'm gonna be higher than I am now, and that's it.
That's all you can do, bro. That's all you can do is look forward and look up. Look forward and up, man. And bro, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of everything that you've done, everything you're doing. I'm speechless, man. You know what I mean? I see you out here doing what you do, and it's inspiring, man. Your push pushes me to go harder as well, man. So just thank you for your presence, bro. You know?
Thank you for your presence, man. I'm happy and proud to be part of your journey, that we're sharing this journey as creators. That Konkret is such a big part of my life and my heart as a creator and as a person, and everybody at Konkret. So thank you, man. I mean, we're KWay Weekend. I mean, thank you to the people watching this as well, because if you're watching this, you're supporting us and what we do. So shout out to y'all as well.
Shout out to the whole Konkret Nation. Konkret Nation is going to be a group that's starting on our Facebook page too. A lot more stuff we're going to be doing on Facebook. Facebook is the largest platform in the world. So we should really utilize everything it has for us. And we're going to go ham, bro. And that's just what it is. At the end of the day, this is KWay Weekend. Y'all heard it live. We had Danny DeCalvo in here. Y'all stick around. We got a lot more coming, man. With that being said, we out of here.
Keep it concrete.
KWay Weekend 2022, right? Yeah, I think, right?
Yeah, 22. That's the year we're on.
What's good? I couldn't help the little, groove. It had a little groove to it, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to another session of KWay Weekend, where we are doing live interviews. We're doing panels. We release new content all weekend long. This is what we're doing at the first annual KWay Weekend 2022. And I'm here with none other than, he don't even need no introduction, y'all. Okay. The legendary Mr. Anaji Rouse. How you doing, brother? All right. Okay.
Look, I'm doing good. I think I smile too much on this camera, so I'm gonna try to be serious for once. I'm gonna try to be serious and approach
Bro,
this.
you have a lot to smile for, brother. All right. You doing some amazing things. But before we get into that, introduce yourself for the people that may be getting to know you for the first time right now.
Sure. My name is Onaji Rouse. I'm a creator, writer, an actor, and philanthropist. I know.
Okay. I like that one, man. I like that last one right there.
Out of Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm the creator of Odina, Kandaki, and Sister Circle, and many more books to come.
Bro, that is glorious, man. So, I just want to jump straight into it. What have you been up to, man? It's been what a 2 year grind right now, or no, 3 year grind. It started 2019 of the launch of Konkret, so it's been a constant 3 year push.
Oh yeah, well, that's just the name of the game, the marathon. It never stops. Got to keep going. But to be honest with you, I've been working. I've been finishing out the arc of Volume 1 of Odina, so closed out that. So I'm getting those books done. I'm actually going to do a reissue of 1 through issues 1 and 2. So, that's going to be a big thing I'm going to do once I complete everything. I'm working on Kandaki, finishing that out, issue, the big issue 1. And, Sister Circle just dropped, which is on the site, which is, you can check it out. And I just wrote number 2.
Listen, bro, I don't think a lot of people understand what goes on behind the scenes, because really all they see from you is the finished product. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All they see is when you drop or when we're out at events, shows. They don't see you at these cons like you be at. They don't see the behind the scenes work of you writing and creating these characters, and you design all your characters. So for one, we just got to give you your flowers from the rip, man.
Oh, well, thank you.
You got multiple projects out in a very short time. When it comes to indie comic standards, you're doing a whole lot right now. And my question is just how do you juggle that, man? As an independent creator, a man that has a life outside of comics, how do you juggle the creative side of what you got to do?
You know what? When it's something you love and it's something you really want to invest your time and your passion into, you do it. You'll find a way. And it's like people say, like, when you find your passion, it's like, go. Like, you don't really want to like stop. This is something you really want to do. And for me, I'll make time no matter what. Even when there's days when I'm tired, like I'll take that break. Don't get me wrong, but I'll find myself right back at it because I just love storytelling and being creative and world building.
What would you say is one of your biggest hurdles when it comes to what we do?
Money.
It's all about that bread, right?
We as independent publishers, we work with what we got. So, and we do a damn good job with how we do it. But, if we could, get some more financing and, more investments and that type of things, for, us creators, it'll definitely be stuff that can kind of propel us a little bit further when it comes to this publishing deal, especially for Black creators.
No, I totally agree, man. I would say if finances is definitely like number one, and then I think time is tied with it.
Yeah,
it's just not enough time to do everything that we want to do.
Yeah,
I would go to a show, a con every week if I could. You know what I'm saying? But it's just not feasible at this very moment. You know what I mean?
Well, remember, it's that money because those places
cost money. Cons cost money, man. Paying for hotels, paying for food. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people don't see that, and that's why I'm excited that we have been documenting a lot of what we have been doing, because when we put it all out there and you guys really see how hard we work behind the scenes, you'll have a whole new appreciation for Konkret Comics and the creators of Konkret Comics, because we all have lives outside of this, lives that take probably 70% of our days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
like full-time jobs, and then after you leave that, you go right into doing something for, your second part of your job, which is, Konkret Comics and, whatever you're working on. And then, also, I forgot to say, like, screenwriting. That's also something else I do. So
let's talk about it.
Yeah, so I'm working, collaborating with Open Gate Studio, who's another film creator here in Atlanta. So we're working on a sci-fi project together. So I wrote, and I'm also kind of producing this, executive producing this. So I have I'm working with him. I have an associate producer. We got a cast. We're just working on. It's production right now. So it's a line project management. So it's a lot to do, as well as also comics, and then also full-time job. And
nah, bro, you amaze me, man. You're diving into comics full-time, and I get the pleasure of seeing, the things that are in the works and before they drop, as well as I hear about these film projects, and it's crazy, man. Like I'm excited to see where this goes, man. And speaking of, your project, Odina and the Odinaverse, I don't think people realize how large it actually is. Like Odinaverse is literally its own universe inside the universe.
Yeah.
And you're slowly introducing us to more and more of your creations. And while we're at it, let's talk about Kendaki right now. She's a fan favorite, man. How does she fit into the Odinaverse?
Look, I'm glad you said it, because I don't think I ain't even introduced half of the characters that are already but they're gonna see some issues 5 and 6. However, with Kendaki is the warrior queen archetype type of character, where I wanted to introduce that type where they have the Wonder Woman, the Angelas, that type of thing. With Kendaki, she is an escape hybrid. She was one of the hybrids that escaped Purgatory. You'll find out how she escaped in the coming issues of Odina, which it picks up right after the last issue of Odina. And she's she's a hybrid, so she's going to be she's going to be super strong, longevity of life, that type of thing. She comes back to this, and I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all know how the story plays out. She comes back to this world after being banished for thousands of years, to find that her kingdom is like ruins. The kingdom of Meraway in Sudan is the temples are kind of ruins.
Yeah.
So she's out of place. She's out of place. She's out of time. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's kind of barbaric in a way where, she's, this is a new world to her. So that's what the issue 1 is going to pick up at. And I can't wait till people see it.
She's a fan favorite, man. I think Kendaki and Odina are tied for the most fan art. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of people love drawing Kendaki, man. I think she has such an iconic look, iconic image to her that it's an undeniable image, and I think she fits right into that pantheon with the greats of the Wonder Womans and the Shiras and the Xena warrior princesses. You know what I'm saying? She fits right up in there with them, and that's something people can really relate to, but they never seen it with a person of color.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's why I created her too, was because you have that duality of Odina being, say for instance, how Superman is the Boy Scout. Odina's kind of she's not straight laced, but she's that hero where she's a powerhouse in her way. Whereas she's not, she's kind of got that morality of the hero, that hero compass. Whereas in Kendaki is not. She is a warrior.
Right.
If she needs to take you down, she will. People will find out in this first episode that she has no problem putting them blades to your ass. So
she ain't got no problem saying who gonna check me, boo.
Exactly. She's like, let's run this fade. Let's go.
Nah, man, bro, you know, ever since you introduced me to Kendaki, I was in love already, and I knew the people were gonna receive her like that, just off the look alone, she gonna get you. But then when you read that story, and it's so deeply rooted into a history that a lot of us don't know. Like, I literally learned about this kingdom through you. I never heard about it. You know, most of our knowledge here in America is Egypt, and that's it. That's really all we be knowing. So,
and even when we reference it, we just say Egypt, because if we say Kush, a lot of people automatically associate it with weed or something, and I'm just like,
exactly.
No, Kushitic people were like an actual people, like a kingdom and dynasty, all that stuff. It was how they describe, like, which is today's Sudan and like Ethiopians. So,
Nah, man, it's lit, man. So we got Kendaki out there, and for those of you that are listening and watching, you can go and read the 0 issue of Kendaki on the website right now for free. So y'all better get up over there, because I don't know how long we're gonna be giving y'all some free-ish, right? But y'all can get it right now. So
look, we're giving it free. Look, we're gonna have to take it away eventually now.
Yeah, man, because it's about to get too valuable out here. You know what I'm saying? Now, that leads me now to the latest drop we just did, which is Sister Circle X. Yes. Another fan favorite, very popular with the women of the culture, because they never seen a squad of some baddies like that, you know.
All black female squad is so unheard of, and it's another book also that picks up after Odina. It's like 2 books that pick up after Odina, and a lot of people saying, I think one person asked me, does that mean Odina's done? No, Odina's going to continue in volume 2. And so, but with Sister Circle, we never had an all-black female superhero team. Well, not in comics, maybe in books and novels, maybe, but like in comics, to be represented as like an actual superhero squad, no, nothing legit. Because I think when you look at A-Force and, you know, and most of the other things that they have in these the comic books, you know, it was like what their representation was, the typical like one black person or maybe
one black person, and yeah.
So I was like, but black people, you know, we're so many. It's so many different characteristics to our crew. I was like, we can have more than just one. Come on.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. And I remember when I think Daniel was the one that brought that out to us, that it was the first ever like all black female superhero group. To be honest with you, man, it might be the first just female superhero group ever. To be honest, I can't remember like an actual superhero group. I know there were teams that came together, but I don't remember if there was like just a group that came out. They were already together. You know what I'm saying?
A-Force for Marvel. That's what they were, all female. It was like their own series.
Yeah, but I'm saying like they didn't start off like one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So whereas, you know, it's kind of like, you know how the Avengers were brought together. That's the same way the A-Force was together. These girls came out together. You know, they walked out onto the BET red carpet together. You know what I'm saying? No, but yeah, man, this is it's phenomenal where you're going with the Odinaverse, and that gives me to this question, man. What made you, out of all the characters you have, what made you start with Odina? And
actually, to be honest with you, Odina wasn't the first character I started working on. Like when I first moved to Atlanta, I worked on a book called this little book I created myself called The Varsity, which I didn't know nothing yet. I was just like an artist just drawing. I was like, whatever.
Right.
But it was trash. Like it was a trash book. But I didn't show it to no one. So then I started working on another book called Soldier Sequence Program, which was Devin was the actual lead character, and the story was different. However, as I went along with that book, it kind of got redundant. I was like, you know, this is we got black male heroes, but I mean, even though it's still got a ways to go, but everyone was making their hero. And I was like, well, you know, I don't see a lot of representation for, you know, black women. And I was like, well, why not just make a black female superhero? And then, you know, I was getting all these little messages from the universe about the representation of black women in comics. Like even Whoopi Goldberg on The View one time, she was saying how like she would have saw herself in the movie Avenger. And I was like,
there it is.
There you go.
Whoop, there it is, right? Whoop. Nah, hey, listen, bro. It's funny how, you know, you got a plan and then the plan morphs itself into something else that you didn't even see happening, but it just happens, you know. And now you're like thigh high deep now, but it ain't even knee high deep, man. Thigh high deep now in just a straight comic book business, you know.
Who you telling? I was like, what happened?
How did we get here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now that we done knocked out some vital pieces to the Odinaverse, let's tap in with Odina, man. Where are we at right now? We just left off of Odina issue 3. And we're already on the verge of making some announcements here. Some announcements might even happen this weekend, so y'all keep paying attention.
Issue 4 is almost complete. We just, you know, a few more edits. That's it. But other than that, issue 4 is ready to lock, stock, and roll. Issue 5 and issue 6 is in production, and they're going to be done before the end of the year, of course. And once we close out the end of this arc, I don't know, I might take a little break, you know, I might take a little vacation, you know what I'm saying?
My man said he gonna kick the feet up in the Bahamas somewhere. I ain't mad at you, player.
But after that, I already got volume 2 planned out. Like the whole point of volume 1 for Odina is to kind of just set her up and set the world up. Now that I've established the world, it's like limit. It's like no limit to what I got planned for volume 2. I mean, I'm talking like just her actually trying to balance that life and trying to be a superhero now. So yeah, I can't wait.
So I heard it first, y'all. Odina 4 is already on the chopping block. It's ready for the viewing of the masses, and I'm very excited to see where this issue 5 and issue 6 go. Like, cause I know issue 6 is about to get real epic, real crazy. So for those of you that are watching this, make sure you go and pick up Odina number 1 through 3 and stay on standby for that 4, because at any moment we could say that joint is ready. You know what I mean? At any moment, right?
Yeah. It's all we got to do is just say, look, we're good, and boom.
Oh yeah, bro, for sure, man. And people, you know, we kind of surprised them with Sister Circle dropping earlier this month, and that was very successful, man. I'm super happy with that. We did it without the Kickstarter. You know, we're leaning towards being more organic, straight off the website, straight releases, and that was really our first one that we did.
It was,
and yeah, our first book that we dropped just straight up, you know, straight website swagging with it.
I wish I had that button where it'd be like
Don DeMarco Mark. So yeah, man, that is dope, bro. You out here setting trends. You're inspiring a lot of people as well, man. And you inspire us, bro. You inspire a lot of our supporters, a lot of our fans. The love that you were getting in Atlanta when we came down there to do that show was crazy. The love you get out here when I'm doing a show, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh no, for sure, man. For sure, bro. Is there anything else you want to leave the fans with on KWay Weekend?
Yes, there's 2 things. One, I'm working on another book.
Oh yeah.
Remember, I worked on a book. Remember, I told you now, when I first moved to Atlanta, there was a book called The Varsity that I started working on. So I was like, now that I know what I'm doing, I was like, I'm going to revisit it. And I'm going to, you know, make that, it's a superhero team of
why not, bro?
superpowered misfits. and I can't wait to show that alternate universe. That that's right, alternate universe. Yeah, sorry, not in the Odinaverse, alternate universe.
Alternate, y'all. But there's always hope, right?
Yeah.
There's always hope, though, guys. All right?
Exactly. There's always hope.
Always hope. You never know what type of event. You never know. You never know. You know what I mean? I'm gonna throw my pennies into the wishing well. I think we all should, y'all.
But yeah, so I'm gonna be doing that as well as also that stuff and production for the project with Open Gate Studios. And other stuff that I'm working on that you can't really say much about.
Some top secret stuff that is Men in Black classified right now.
Yeah. So, but with that being said, I also want to thank you for creating Konkret Comics and allowing me, to have a platform to bring Odina on and Sister Circle. So I know, as much as you said I'm starting to trends, I always have to say I can't do it without my people, without you guys. So.
Oh man, I'm about to cry, y'all. He has never been so nice to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what to say. It's like, nah, man. It's bro. We created, this platform, man. I couldn't have done this without you guys. We came in with a vision to create a powerhouse, dominate however we can, and most importantly, inspire.
Yeah.
Inspire the next generation, because that's literally what we're doing. We're gonna be them people, and right now it's 2020. The next generation gonna be in 2085. Man, them boys back in the 20s was going crazy. You know what I'm saying?
In the 20s.
In them 20s, they was wilding, man.
Yeah.
They was out here making books. They was rebellious, and the same way we think about our people from back in the day. The same way that we think about the people that had to deal with what they deal with in the Harlem Renaissance and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's literally we're in the Black Renaissance right now for comics, comic books, and just this genre right here. So it's just dope to be a part of it, man. And that's what we trailblazing for right now, bro. You already know that, man. With that being said, bro, we are done with this interview. This was a glorious meeting, as always. And we are going to be doing a lot more. I've been telling people that I got the Talk Heavy podcast coming out soon.
Yeah.
And you're going to be doing a whole lot of stuff on there. Talking, laughing, drinking a little something on the side. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, yeah, man.
Liquor is optional.
Optional, but much needed and recommended, So with that being said, bro, thank you for coming out. KWay Weekend 2022, first annual. Mr. Najee Rouse, y'all give it up for him, and stay tuned for everything we dropping. We out of here.
Peace.
first ever KWay Weekend. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. And yourself?
I'm doing all right. My name is Ty, Blaque and Kulture, and I'm here with Jermel Lessie, the creator of the amazing comic Absolver. And I've just got a couple questions for you to let the people know where are your projects, where are you at, and maybe some other impounding questions, just all depends. So let's just go ahead and get right into it. What have you been up to?
Life, crazy, just writing Absolver issue 5 and 6 at the moment at the same time. Work, balancing work and creating comics and stuff like that. So I've been here. I'm in a good place.
That's good to hear.
Right.
That's good stuff. As far as like your projects that have been coming up, how is it for you as a creator to balance like that work life and then creative life? What does that balance look like for you?
If I'm being honest, it's annoying. I want to be so engulfed in writing and creating, but then you have to work. So the ultimate goal is for this passion to take over, to help you take over that necessity of having to go work for somebody else. But honestly, to get through work, my mind is like always going, always ticking, always creating. So while I'm working and stuff, I'm always thinking about my story, what I'm going to write, and this, that, and the third, and blase. And the beautiful thing about technology or your cell phone is as soon as I get an idea, like, oop, put it down real quick and then keep it going. So it's a nice balance, but still having to work with somebody else when you want to dive so much deeper into what you want to do, that's where it's annoying.
I definitely feel like a lot of creators can relate, have to work that 9 to 5, but you just want to engulf yourself in your passion. But we thank you for all of the hard work you put out through Absolver and your other project, which is Adze. What's up with that?
Oh man, Adze is a passion story. It's something I developed like simultaneously years ago around with Absolver. But because I'm diving, because it's a fictional story, but yet there's so much history and facts that go into it. There's a lot of research that goes in as well. So it's the type of story I want to tell, right? I want it to be enjoyable to the readers, but yet teachable. But at the same time, I want to feel as if everything that happens in that story, people understand. This is not only how I felt every time I saw a slave movie or read the history of slaves, or it's just an understanding. With all my stories, actually, they all take on a personality or a trait. So they're the manifestation of how I feel, and maybe that's how other people feel. So the Adze is not something I just want to write and throw out there. I just really take my time with it, and because of that, I will drop another issue for Adze. But then definitely the next time I drop anything, it's going to be one of those nice long reads, I should say. But I have to take my time on it. I can't rush it. I can't.
I definitely understand that. Do you feel that you are a perfectionist when it comes down to your work? Like, you feel like you can't put something out if it's not like every single thing, like you don't take any shortcuts with your books?
I wouldn't say a perfectionist. It's any artist is, we are our worst critic. So to me, I might feel like there's a problem, but I need, okay, yo, Lonzo, what you think about this? Yo, Nadi, I need to because me, I'm like, I'm gonna change this. I was like, I don't think you guys. By the time y'all see a project, yes, I've probably changed it over like 20,000 times. Like every Absolver script that I've written so far has gone through like 7 to 8 different renditions. So, you know, so before I even get it to the artist, you know, it's I'll probably get like 3/4 the way in. I'm like, nah. You know, and then too, you know, sometimes something else inspires you, something else happens in the real world, and it's like, man, like maybe I could touch on this, or maybe you just remember something that you could add, and this. So it's, I don't know. I won't say I'm a perfectionist. I just, you know, like I criticize myself hard, and I want to make sure I'm delivering not the. Yes, I want it to be a great book, but I want people to understand where I'm coming from when I read this. You know, there's this message that I wrote in Absolver 3, and I had to write it whereby I don't want to force it on people, but at the same time, it's still a relatable and readable story. You know, I don't want to, and I don't want nobody to take my stuff the wrong way. So even writing is it's not tricky. It's just I just have to make sure it's right, if that makes sense.
No, I definitely get it. I think that the passion that you have for making your comics comes through in your comics. So definitely keep up with whatever you're doing. We absolutely support you, of course. As far as the inspiration, what really drew you to make a character like Absolver? Because comparable to all of the other concrete like solo heroes, aside from something like Decimation Earth, Absolver definitely has like this really gritty edge, and definitely gives me like Blade vibes or Spawn vibes. What was your pull for that particular book?
I'll tell the story so many times. Really, Absolver was just going to be my fun anti-heaven hero, your typical Spawn Ghost Rider story. I had a whole different plot line, origin, and everything, and so I just remember I was in the middle of working on him, and even then he was called Vanquish. You know, I call him the Vanquisher or Vanquish. So I was watching the George Zimmerman trial, and when he got off, I just felt this sense of like revenge or vindictiveness, like, you know, watching Trayvon Martin's mother's cry and all of that. It was tough for me. You know, I even cried because it's like when you have a son of your own, you can only imagine that being your child. You can't get your son back. You just want some sense of something. So I felt his parents' pain, and so it was at that moment. And then I just remember going to work the following day, and I'm like, you know, I got to work on Absolver, and I just couldn't get this vindictive feeling out of my head. So I just poured all of that into Vanquish, you know, and then just by doing research, you know, I think there's a character named Vanquish. So if Vanquish was his name, and he was, so by the time I finished, you know, his purpose was to absolve people of their vindictive feeling, but I couldn't use Vanquish anymore. So I was like, damn, I need a name for this guy, because I'm pouring all of this vengeful energy into him. So, you know, I do my research. I'm like, hold on, Absolver, and then this ability I gave him could be called the Vanquish. I'm like, all right, cool, boom. So I just switched the names around. So it became Absolver, and his main ability is Vanquish. But, you know, so it was ever since that day, you know, he just became this vindictive guy for me, you know, and that's essentially how Absolver was born and why he is the way he is. Again, like I said earlier, he's just the manifestation of that feeling I had and still have at times, depending on what goes on in the world. So, yeah, that's how I came with Absolver.
I think it's a really a really cool and interesting story showing how like your life experiences and the truthfully like the Blaque experience is something that fueled the story. And I think that you did a good job of letting that come across. So absolutely, I feel like I can feel that in your comic. As far as Absolver is concerned, do you have any updates for the books for anybody who may be looking for that follow up issue?
Yeah, Absolver issue 3 has been finished. You know, we just waiting for the perfect time and day to release it. As a matter of fact, we're definitely going to talk about it this weekend during the KWay Weekend. So yeah, let's definitely look forward to Absolver issue 3. We're going to be launching that Kickstarter really, really soon. Also, I'm working on Absolver Hellish Nights. So anybody that followed us earlier when we first started, you know, there was we dropped our first first shorts, and mine was called Absolver Hellish Winter. And so I'm taking that story, and we are reworking on it, and I'm calling it Hellish Nights, and it's going to just be continuous like small or short stories of Absolver going forward, you know, because there's only but so much story you can get out within these issues. So like I said, with all these many scripts and renditions, you know, I'm taking those plots and I'm turning to shorts and just going to be dropping Hellish Nights. How we're going to get it to our fans, I don't know, that's still a conversation to be had with Lonzo or with Konkret Comics, or whether it be a physical form or online mediums. So I'm definitely in the works. Actually, we're almost done. I just got to finish putting the colors on the pages myself and then getting it lettered. And yeah, so Hellish Nights is there. Also, if you join the Kickstarter, I mean, not join, but you know, during the Kickstarter, I'm also giving off a preview to Curse City. It's another side story that's built in the Absolver's universe. And I just want to tell a story based on the perspective of what's really going on in Caesar City. You know, I want to make that a character within itself. So yeah, I got a lot going on with Absolver. You know, introducing new characters through the Absolver universe and everything. So I'm excited about it, and I just hope everybody's gonna be just excited as me. And I guess I'm more excited about the other characters because I want to show that I'm not just this dark killing machine. You know, like I mean, so. I'm hoping everybody will see that. So yeah, that's what's going on. I got Absolver's doing a lot.
I think I'm pretty excited for everything that Absolver. I will say that Absolver definitely amongst all of the Konkret Comics is definitely one of my personal favorites. So I'm definitely interested to see where you take this story. I do have one more question for you. As far as life before launching Absolver and life now, what would you say is Absolver the comic and all the fans giving you their feedback and everyone showing you love? How has that changed or shifted your motivation and drive when it comes down to comic creation?
Comic creation. Well, my motivation and drive, it really stems from a place of wanted to do more for our culture. Having a platform where, you know, it's like my favorite son's superhero at one point was Spider-Man, and he just loved Spider-Man. You know, at one point my favorite superhero was Batman and whatnot, until I met till it was so I obviously got introduced to Spawn. But what really drives my passion is, and I tell this same analogy like all the time. It's not an analogy, maybe the wrong choice of words, but when you go to a comic book store or a DVD section or watching TV, the amount of unfamiliar faces that you see that come across. You know, I could close my eyes and point 10 times in any comic book in a comic book store, And 9 times out of 10 or 10 times out of 10, it's going to be a white lead character. The movie odds, the same thing. I there's times I play a game with myself and I'm watching TV and watching commercials come across, and you rarely see our people. And it's not, I won't say it's disturbing. I say my passion comes from my mission. And my mission is, I'm here to balance. If there's a 100 white lead characters, I need to create 100 black lead characters. It's balanced. Somebody asked me, would I ever create a white character? I'm like, no. You have enough to choose from.
Right.
And I have nothing against anybody. I just feel like it's my own personal responsibility to create that balance. On top of that, I'm not going to do it by forcing my blackness onto you. I want to tell a great story each and every time. I want to get my message across. And then what also adds to my passion is deeper, whether it's through concrete or not. I just want to create a platform where it's okay for us to tell our stories one way or the next. I don't want to create something like Marvel or DC where people feel like they gotta hike up a mountain just to get their stories told. I don't know if it's through concrete or I start my own platform. Like, you got a story here, come tell it, get it out there. So my passion, I just enjoy telling my stories. If you talk to anybody in concrete, like creating characters and designing characters, and to me that's fun. I can do that every single day. I tell people I have like over 500 characters just sitting there. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I'm pretty sure at some point I'm going to sell them off because, what am I going to do with them? But, to me, that's just fun. But the passion behind this is the end game. I want to open up schools. I want to be successful enough I can open up schools, teach, get our people out of financial illiteracies and all of that stuff. I just want to get us ahead at some point, because the most important thing is success is fine. Success is fine because it's good for the moment. You're getting paid, you can pay your bills, you can support your family, but then when you're gone, you're gone. But what legacy am I leaving behind? What change have I made? Like, what have I left behind for my son and the follow generations to not have to work overnights just to pay their bills? Let's have options, because right now, mostly, depending on where you come from, becoming a rapper or playing ball or selling drugs these are real life options these people have. But then some of them are creative. Everybody have a story to tell. So my drive and my passion is deeper than just creating comics. And then when you tell a story, it's timeless. For 50 years from now, when somebody pick up an Absolver book or Adzay book, or Acolyte book or Dina, Watchmen, wow, they were really dealing with that during this time period. Like, we were still out here hunting and killing black people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we all know we don't control our own history books. So somehow our stories have to be told. And, I believe our generation, we really got tired of other people telling our stories and we're not being able to tell them ourselves. So that's where my drive and my passion come from. Creating comic books is just fun. It's just a vehicle to get me to my destination, and it's a fun ride. It's a fun ride.
Absolutely. And I think that all that passion and everything that you've got going on, whatever drive and desires that you have, is not only apparent in the book, but also I think it's pretty inspirational. So I'm really thankful that we had this time together. I think that we did this interview. Also, I'm excited to hear about all the amazing Absolver information coming out. So there's a Kickstarter dropping and all that good stuff. So yeah. Other than that, those are all the ends of my questions. Do you have anything that you want to wrap up and tell the people before we head up out of here?
Wow, I bear so much of my soul on this thing. What more? Guys, I just want to thank everybody that's a fan of Absolver, anybody that's a fan of Concrete, and I'm just I love the support, the appreciation. I just want to say thank you to the Concrete team, Ty, including yourself. You guys do such an amazing job. You lock it down for people like me, who have no choice but to sleep and we work overnight. But you guys, it's good knowing that we have an awesome team. Even the guys behind the scenes that nobody sees right now. Yeah, you can find me Facebook, Absolver, Prince of Oblivion, IG, Absolver _the rate. I have my own personal Twitter, which I need to get popping. Jamil Lessey, JermaelLessey. Yeah, I'm here. I'm excited to get Absolver 3 to you guys, because if you following Leah about to go off. I'm about to say too much, but yeah, listen. It is true. Like, in Concrete Comics, we really love and respect our women. And we tell such great stories about women without having to over sexualize them. And y'all really about to see what Leah is about. Issue 3, Leah is something. Like, honestly, when I went into my notes and I pulled out Leah's everything Leah, I'm like, yo, this is definitely gonna be dope in issue 10. But I got so excited, I'm like, I gotta get her in here. I gotta get this in here. So that's one of those rewrites. I rewrote issue 3 just to get that in.
Don't spoil too much.
I'm not spoiling too much. I'm not saying spoil too much, but
don't spoil too much.
If y'all really think Absolvers and shit, I do. Hopefully y'all feel the same way. But Leah is something different. You know what I'm saying? But again, man, I'm excited. I'm excited. Yeah, I just can't wait, man. I can't wait to get everything to you guys. The most beautiful thing about Curse City is you're about to see Absolver in his original true nature. When working with Concrete, Lonzo say, hey, yo, you have to dumb this character down a little bit, just change this and the third. And I understood why, but Curse City, I don't have to hold back. So definitely, if you're a fan of Absolver, that's, this regular run, maybe you can let your kids watch it, read it with you, maybe. But Curse City, nah, keep your kids away. Yeah, I'm just excited. I'm just excited about everything that we got going on. I'm always a team player. It's never just about me. We're over here in Concrete. We're doing a lot of great things. There's a lot of great stories coming out. Lonzo is sharing pages and shit with me that just blowing my mind, yo. I'm just excited to see what's going on. I love what Onaji's doing with all his characters and everything, his stories. But that's just what they pay me to say. We all know that Absolver's the shit. He's the best one out there. Come on. Yeah,
all I'm gonna say is that Mr. Lessey, I thank you so much for your time on this beautiful Saturday afternoon as the recording of this particular panel, and thank all of you for keeping up and watching us all KWay Weekend long. Stay tuned for all the other hotness that's being dropped by everybody else. Absolutely. I am not team anybody, but if you are team Absolver, definitely keep watching everything else that Mr. Lessey has coming out. And we'll see you next time. Bye.
to another and probably one of the most anticipated panels here for KWay Weekend. It is I, Ty Blaque and Kulture, with the one and only Lonzo from Konkret Comics, the writer of Acolyte. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm a little tired, but I'm doing good. You know what it is. KWay Weekend, first annual. Very excited. Very excited.
Absolutely. And let's not do any dilly-dally. Let's just get right into the questions. So, how has this journey been? You know, you started Konkret, I would say, now, is it 4 or 5 years ago? And now you're here. What has that journey been like for you?
It's been crazy. It's definitely not something I had planned years ago. I never knew I would be, jumping deep into this comic book business. 5 years ago, I didn't know I was doing this. It's just something that just came about, and it started off as like I want to make a comic book. I want to run a comic book business and help bring diversity into this medium. So it's been a surprise. The idea of Konkret Comics, the idea probably started in 2017, but things didn't launch off till 2019. 2019 was when we first, came onto the scene.
Absolutely. And what have been some hurdles from taking, small Konkret Comics back in 2019 to now a company that has 2 Glyph Awards under it for their comics? What is that? Right. What are some of the hurdles that you've had to overcome in getting to this place here?
Well, the 2 biggest hurdles are definitely time and money. There's not enough time. We all have we all work, day jobs. We all have lives, we have families, we have children, we have wives. So trying to balance all that, picking time to write and create, and most of the time, you're trying to plan the promotion part, the marketing, how to get the book out, how to get the title out there. So it's just time. Time is like the biggest enemy of this whole thing of being an entrepreneur, being an independent creator. Is time. And sometimes you have to wait on other people's time when you're working with artists and colorists, letterer, like everything is time. So unless you have structure, things can get real out of whack real fast. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. But now you're here. You've got an amazing platform that's hosting some of the best indie comics around, particularly your own written and created comic of Acolyte. Can you tell us anything about Acolyte? Maybe some upcoming stuff, or maybe just drop a little bit about what you're doing with Acolyte right now. Where is Acolyte in his story?
So Acolyte, we're up to issue 3 now that is out publicly, and we are on the cusp of dropping issue 4, and we're already in production for issue 5 right now. But it's been a crazy journey. Acolyte is he's been taking the indie comic community by storm. My plan is to grow one of those cult followings. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I want him to stand in the same vein as you would put Superman, or put some of the iconic Superman type of characters. That's where I want him to stand at. That's where I want him to be at. I want the kids to, when they're at school having their arguments about which hero could beat which hero, I want Acolyte to be one of the go-to guys. Like, yo, he can't beat Acolyte. So, you know what I mean? But there's so much going on with Acolyte. We're looking into different avenues, not just comic books. We're looking into a little live action, some video game. We're looking at merchandising, all the above. As you see, I'm merched out right now.
Right. Got some shirts going. And like I mentioned earlier, you have 2 Glyph Awards under Konkret, and one of those was for Acolyte. What was that? Basically winning your first serious award for your comic?
It was definitely a surprise. It came out of nowhere. It was actually it was the same day I had to do a speech for the Bard School in Queens, New York. So I was preparing my speech when I got that message. So it was like I didn't even really get to celebrate it when I got the news like immediately, because I was trying to focus on this speech in front of over 100 kids. So I was nervous as hell. But after I got done with that, I was able to process like, dang, we're an award-winning company, you know what I mean? And I'm an award-winning writer for an award-winning title, something that I created from my imagination. My baby Acolyte won an award.
Yes.
And it's a crazy feeling, man. I'm just happy and blessed. In the year prior, we were nominated for about, I think, seven or eight awards. We didn't win, but we were nominated. Then the next year we win 2 of them. That's a very good, story right there.
Yeah, and with you and Watchmen winning those awards, what do you think that's going to do for the company as far as where Konkret is headed now that you have these 2 awards under your belt? Do you think that this is just the beginning, or you're like, okay, you know what, we think that we're going to travel along this, who knows when the next award will come?
We don't really live for expectations, we just put out the good work, and we good work, good karma, good energy, and we hope to receive that back by what we do. So when we got these awards, it was awesome, but it was also just another day, because we're working for the future. We're working to get to a place, and these are the things that you would want to happen while you're on your journey. You want to get accolades, you want to be recognized, you want to get some awards. I think the week prior we were nominated on the Indie Comics Dispatch Awards as one of the prolific studios, right? And then we had 2 titles on that. We had Decimation Earth and Odina, I think, were on that one. So these are definitely the accolades that we want, but we have blinders on, so we see a couple things, but we're still so focused on going forward that we don't really take too much time to celebrate these milestones as we climb. But it's a dope feeling. It's a very dope feeling. I'm very thankful. It allows us to talk a little more heavier now. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When I go into meetings, I can lead with award-winning company now. So yeah.
Absolutely. And as now we've seen everything that Konkret has put out so far, it's absolutely dope. What are some other projects that you see, not just for Konkret, but specifically for your titles? Do you have any interesting titles coming out? Do you have any new titles? I know some of the other creators are talking about maybe some mini-series and spin-offs. Do you have anything new in the pipeline?
So I do have a lot. As you know, I'm very secretive with how I do my thing. I just drop it when it's done. But when it comes to KWay Weekend, there's no whole bar to it. So
right.
When it comes to Acolyte, yes, my goal with Acolyte is to definitely push production to another level. I want to get to a point where I can drop 3-4 issues per year rather than just 1 issue per year. So that's kind of the mindset and the goal that we've been doing. And also, I do plan on doing the Acolyte origin stories. Once we get to Acolyte issue 6, then I'll do the Acolyte origin so you guys can put the whole puzzle together. And then we're going to keep going with stories of Acolyte, because his story gets deeper and deeper as we go along. More people are getting introduced in the cosmic realm and on Earth. So more villains are popping up. Every issue, you're probably going to get introduced to a new villain every time. So, and they might not be villains he's actually fighting. You just may see a villain and know, oh, he's coming back. He's gonna circle the block in a few issues. It's gonna be another problem. So when it comes to Acolyte, yeah, he's set. And I've also been introducing some new heroes in the Acolyte story, because I'm building towards something with a group of heroes that'll be a dope collection of titles. But if you read issue 3, you guys got to see Sith Row for the first time. He's one of the next heroes I'll be producing and coming out with. So be on the lookout for Sith Row. I also have Zoriel. She's a demon hunter. Her book is set to release. I want to say second quarter. Her book is dropping second quarter, straight to the website, no Kickstarter. So for all of you that want that book early, definitely subscribe to the Patreon and the website, all that stuff like that, and you get access for that.
Oh snap!
You know, yeah.
Oh snap! That's
Small-
some pretty big. That's some
small
pretty
little
big.
plug.
That's some pretty big words you just said there. Not only are you releasing a book without a Kickstarter, hitting straight to website, you've got a whole Patreon. That's some big stuff happening for
Yes,
Concrete.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. And now that you've been on the path, you've been really ramping up. You've got all these amazing dope creators who are releasing all these amazing projects, who are doing all these amazing things. What is your vision for the future of Konkret Comics? Where do you see yourself in this company, say in the next 5 to 10 years?
5 to 10 years is 5 to 10 years. There's so much that I want to get done by then. And I believe we can get a lot of that done in 2, as hard as we're going right now. But we're definitely looking to get more into film. We're looking to get more into animation. We also have, Concrete Music is making a reemergence, so you'll be hearing a lot more of the music side of Concrete Productions in a whole. So be on the lookout for that to be on the new website as well. So we're going to release some music. We're going to have some animation, some film. We're looking to get into gaming world as well. We got some cool ideas for the style of gameplay we're looking for, and we're on the cusp of really doing some major things there. So racking up more awards, more titles, signing a few new creators, and really just continue to build this to bridge this gap of representation and giving people that look like us a lot more to look forward to when it comes to this medium.
Absolutely. And final question, do you have any last words for anybody who's got some burning questions, anything that you want to tell the fans, anything that you want to plug? This is the last, and is there anything you just want to get off your chest and let the people know what's up?
So for all the Acolyte super fans that message me daily on my Facebook, you are gonna see him do some world-breaking stuff. I promise you, all right? But you're gonna let me, build up the story a little bit. But yeah, man, I got some of the best fans ever that be on my ass about Acolyte. Like, yo, can he do this? Can he do that? Is he gonna go here? What's up with this character? Is he connected to this? I love those questions. Those are dope, and they push me to keep going and keep writing Acolyte, keep going hard. And yeah, it's just so much. It's just so much that we got going on. We're also going to be offering on the website. We will be offering service as well for other creators that want to make comic books or learn how to make comic books. We will have classes and all type of things that we're going to be offering in these next couple months. But you guys subscribe to that Patreon as well for that. So it's a lot, Ty. It's a lot. I don't even know where the entry point to start. What I want to say, it's just so much.
There's just so much. So you just gotta, you the viewer, you gotta keep up. You gotta keep watching. You gotta keep it concrete and continue to follow wherever Concrete goes. Well, that was the end of my questions. Thank you so much, Lonzo, for your time.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
of course, if you are watching this, have a wonderful KWay weekend and continue to watch whatever Concrete puts out.
Let's do it.
listening to Konkret Radio. Tunes music.